Sentry reloaded.
Load and lock! Roll and rock!
Ha! They're gonna have to try harder than the tap emptied. Energy tap upgraded. Protect the energy tap! Plan's over.
Acquired. Energy tap upgraded.
Sentry reloaded.
Transgressions against the code will be punished.
Sentry reloaded.
I gotcha.
Teamwork
Support has arrived.
Sentry first.
I'll blow your mind!
They like this. Oh, that got the job done. Incoming flashbang.
Reload initiated.
That's your last mistake.
Green to go.
That's it! Oh man, I'm hurt! Sniper! Put that bastard down!
Pick it up.
Administering maximum drone. Unit ready.
Got a drone!
Secured. Reloading weapon. Reading this here. Acquired. Done.
Ready to roll.
Secured.
Grenade is hot!
Acquired. Done. Ammunition.
You're coming with me.
Hear that? More hostiles inbound.
Reload commencing.
Nasty.
Incoming blast grenade!
Lay down your weapons.
The support has arrived!
Nice shooting!
Look out a Scion!
Yeah.
Reloading.
Hey, moron! I'm on your side!
Nice find.
I'll blow your mind! Need medical attention!
Teamwork, mates. Dreamwork.
Enemy eliminated!
Enemy grenadier mark.
Hey, you!
Take
I got you.
Let's see how they like this.
Tap destroyed.
Help me secure the tap.
What took you so long?
Uh-oh.
The support has...
Acquired. We are here to help.
Let's see how they like this.
Gonna keep a good gear down.
Incoming job!
That's it.
Unit ready.
During energy tap.
Five.
Ammunition needed. Headshot completed. Your new ID.
The support has arrived.
Get your butt in here.
I'm down.
Requisitioning supplies.
Securing the tap.
Repairing weapons locker. Sentry repaired.
That's it.
I'm helping.
Scratch one baddie.
Incoming shot.
Ammunition. Teamwork, mates. The dream work.
Crank it up.
Sentry reloaded.
Barrier repaired. Cleared for launch.
Reload commencing.
Sentry repaired. Barrier repaired.
Requisitioning supplies.
Tap emptied. That was awesome. You ready for more? Weapons locker deployed.
Hey. Barrier repaired.
Sweet.
Tap emptied. Energy tap upgraded.
Barrier repaired.
Gears, let's do this.
Load and lock. Roll and rock.
I'm hit bad. Payback time.
Drone.
Sentry repaired.
Need ammo. Leech.
Jam. That's it.
I'm down! No gear left behind.
That was too close.
I'm down! Barrier repaired.
Enter top of gear.
Doing work.
Sentry reloaded. Sentry repaired.
We're hot. We're live.
Barrier repaired.
Energy tap is full.
Tap empty. Energy tap upgraded.
And here's what I'm talking about. If I take my garbage to the front of my driveway and I leave it there for the garbage service to pick up and I pay them to pick it up, I internalize my costs of garbage collection. That is to say, I created the garbage, I pay to have it picked up, that's appropriate. On the other hand, if I drive to a park and I dump my garbage there, I externalize my garbage collection costs, which is to say, I impose those costs on somebody else. Taxpayers, society, the operator of this park, whoever. I argue that metaphorically speaking, animal food producers are dumping their garbage in our parks because they are offloading the vast majority of their production costs onto society. Let's look at what some of those costs are.
Weapons locker deployed.
I'll show you a few slides with a few different categories, and at the end I'll show you a total, and you'll get sort of the full picture. Vast pay them.
Barrier repaired. Energy
Hi everybody. Thank you so much for being here, for giving up a Saturday afternoon to come listen to this information. I think I'll give you some great information, and you'll be glad you participated, whether you're here in person or watching online. Particular thanks to the Hippocrates Health Institute and the other sponsors who have made this terrific conference possible, and to Steve Shore for conceiving and organizing this wonderful event. Let's give Hippocrates Health Institute and Steve Shore a big hand. A few years ago, I sent an email to a bunch of friends with a link in it to a factory farming video. And I asked them to watch the video and tell me what they thought of it. And I got a wide range of responses, everything from sort of incredulity to denial and everything in between. But the response that really stuck out was from the dean of a law school, who wrote back and said, the behavior in the video that he saw was deplorable and despicable, but in his view, it was illegal. And that meant that it was an exception or an anomaly. It didn't rise to the level of a systemic problem that he or anyone else needed to concern ourselves with. I didn't actually know whether that was true or not several years ago, but I looked into it, and what I found out really shocked me. And that is that in the last 3 to 4 decades, animal food producers in this country have embarked on an aggressive legislative campaign to emasculate the anti-cruelty protections that once protected farm animals from abuse. That is not all. They have also made it difficult or impossible for consumers in many states to investigate, criticize, or sue them. These legal protections exist like a cocoon surrounding producers and protecting them from the effects of their activity and allowing them, importantly, to offload a significant portion of their costs onto society. By offloading costs, they can lower the retail prices they charge consumers. They can sell more goods and they can make more money. So these laws have important economic benefits for the producers that lobby so hard to get them passed. Accordingly, one of the themes in my book and one of the main themes of this talk is this. We're used to thinking about factory farms as having these three problems: ethical, nutritional, and environmental. I think we need to start thinking about factory farms as having problems in this fourth category, and that is economic problems. Another theme that I'll discuss in this talk, and that is a major theme of the book, stems from this somewhat obscure 80s record album. And I like this image because the title of the album is Freedom of Choice. But as you can see, the band members are not actually, either they think they're exercising freedom of choice and they're not, or they're simply not. In any event, the reason I think this is significant is animal food producers in this country have been very successful in diminishing the ability of consumers to make informed and independent decisions about what to eat. Consumers think we have freedom of choice, and we think that we make our own independent decisions when we go to the grocery store to buy food, but in fact, what is really going on is much more complicated, and we'll look at some of that in this presentation. What I would like to talk about in the next hour and 15 or 20 minutes is four things. First, I'll look at some of the ways that animal food producers are so successful at manipulating and controlling consumer behavior. Second, I'll look at some of the economic consequences that result from that producer behavior. Third, I'll look at the question whether this market and this system is sustainable in the long term. And finally, I'll propose a couple of solutions to the problems that Meatonomics presents. So let's start with one of the ways that producers control consumer behavior. In 1932, Aldous Huxley published this book, A Brave New World. And like the Devo album, the title is ironic because the world that Huxley envisioned for our future was not really a brave new one. It was a creepy, dark, and dystopian one. It's a future in which the government exists for only one purpose, and that's to get consumers to buy more goods. In the Huxleyan future, the government accomplishes its purpose through a couple of ways, the most important of which is that it repeatedly bombards consumers with messages to get them to buy things that they don't necessarily want or need. So, for example, because it's better for the economy for you to buy a new shirt rather than sew up an old shirt that has a rip, these messages say things like, ending is better than mending, or the more stitches, the less riches. I suggest that we are living in a version of this Huxleyan future today. Here's why. Our government, the United States federal government, is engaged in a messaging campaign, and they are bombarding us as consumers with messages to get us to buy more animal foods. We have grown up with these. Depending on how old you are, you may have spent your entire life hearing, reading, seeing these messages. There are things like beef, it's what's for dinner. Milk, it does a body good. Pork, the other white meat. Milk life. Pork be inspired. The incredible edible egg. These messages emanate from what are called checkoff programs, just like check a box. The name of the program stems from a time past when they were voluntary. They're no longer voluntary, they're mandatory. And because most people never even heard of these programs, and yet they're incredibly important, I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes telling you how they work and why they're so shocking. Checkoff programs exist to promote a number of animal foods: beef, pork, dairy, eggs, and both fluid and non-fluid milk and lamb. The only thing they don't really cover is chicken. They're created by Congress and they exist as a statute. And what they say is that the first wholesale buyer of a good must collect and remit a small assessment. They use the word assessment, but it's actually a tax. Any mandatory payment you're required to make is imposed by government tax. So, for example, when a slaughterhouse buys cattle from a rancher, it collects $1 per head, and it sends the money to a central organization that collects the funds. The funds are used for two purposes: promotion and research.
Tap upgraded.
Now, a couple of salient features of checkoff programs that I must inform you of. First of all, industry likes to say that this is a private commercial endeavor. They say, we, industry, we collect these funds, we pay them to this organization, we oversee how they're spent, and therefore, the implication is, leave us alone. This is just like when McDonald's advertises Big Macs. This is capitalism, private. That is actually completely false. In 2005, the U.S. Supreme Court decided an important decision called Johans versus Livestock Marketing. In that case, the court looked at the involvement of the United States Department of Agriculture, or the USDA, in checkoff programs, and it found the USDA is involved in appointing the leadership of the programs, overseeing the collection of funds, overseeing the spending of funds, overseeing editing and vetoing the messages that come out of checkoff programs. Accordingly, the court held when a checkoff program speaks, it speaks the message of the federal government. It speaks what's called government speech. The United States Supreme Court, highest court in our land, says, when you hear that message, beef, it's what's for dinner, that is the federal government telling you to eat more beef. This is not a matter of controversy or debate. This is a settled principle of law that has been decided and can no longer be appealed. So, first of all, that's pretty Huxleyan, isn't it? The federal government is saying, beef, it's what's for dinner. The other salient feature of these programs is that the industry likes to say, we're paying the tax. And as I said, nominally at least, it is the first wholesale buyer of a good, that's an industry participant, who collects that tax and pays it. However, the research shows that, in that example, that $1 per head of cattle, that is passed on to consumers in the form of higher retail prices. So an economist would say the consumer bears the incidence of that tax. So again, the industry has got it wrong. Now, I said that these programs engage in a couple of things: promotion and research. The promotion, that's the stuff like the messages, beef, it's what's for dinner. The research is perhaps even more troubling. And I want to talk about one of the studies that illustrates what industry-sponsored research looks like. But before I do, I want to take you through a little thought experiment. Let's say you were hired by the tobacco industry to design a study that shows that cigar smoking does not cause lung cancer. Could you do that?
Barrier repaired.
Well, if you design the study carefully, you could. Here's one way you might do it. Take two study groups or cohorts. Make sure they both smoke a lot. Let's say 3 packs of cigarettes a day. Give one cohort a cigar a day. Don't give this cohort any cigars. Now, first of all, these two cohorts, because they smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day, their risk of developing lung cancer is significantly higher than that of the general population, right? Let's say it's 2 or 3 times higher. We don't know. This is just a thought experiment. But when this other group gets a cigar a day, it might not materially increase their risk for lung cancer. Why? Because it was already huge, right? And you could conclude that a cigar a day does not increase your risk of lung cancer. And if a tobacco industry ever wants to hire me, I'll design the study for them. Now, let's look at an example of how this is done in animal foods. This is something called the Qureshi egg study, Qureshi. In this study, they took 2 cohorts or study groups for comparison. The characteristics of these study groups are relevant. The mean body mass index of each group was 26, which places it over the threshold for overweight, which is 25. So both groups are overweight. And the mean blood cholesterol level was 220 milligrams per deciliter. And as you may know, the accepted clinical safe level is 200. So they're 10% over the sort of medical standard, and they're more like 50% over the average blood cholesterol for those on a plant-based diet, which is closer to 150. So 2 cohorts who are overweight and have high cholesterol. The study sets out to ask the question, or to answer the question, if we feed one of these cohorts an egg a day, will it increase their risk of heart disease? And guess what? Because these cohorts already had a risk for heart disease that was significantly elevated, particularly in comparison to, for example, somebody on a plant-based diet, when they fed one of the cohorts an egg a day, it didn't materially increase their risk of heart disease. It's actually not that surprising. It's not unlike the cigar study that I suggested. When a better designed study was done in Japan, it compared 2 cohorts who ate very small amounts of animal foods and were generally healthy. Those cohorts one of them got no eggs, and one of them got an egg a day. And guess what? The egg a day cohort had a significantly higher risk of mortality than the other cohort. This kind of research is misleading and dangerous. The time that I was writing my book, the Egg Board, the U.S. Egg Board, had posted on its website a celebration about this study, which said, an egg a day is more than okay. And who's to know how many people have continued to eat eggs or have increased the number of eggs that they've eaten based on this completely misleading and very carefully designed study. The research shows that when industry sponsors a research study, it's 4 times more likely than otherwise to reach a conclusion that is favorable to industry. And just as you'd expect, the research that these checkoff programs fund produces tons and tons of studies that show us animal foods are not bad for us. However, for anyone who's been at this conference for the last 10 days, you've heard from many doctors, dietitians, and other clinicians who say the opposite. So, I encourage you to exercise discretion when thinking about these studies. Checkoff programs might not seem so dangerous or creepy if they weren't so incredibly effective. However, they really are effective. This slide contains data that the checkoff programs themselves release, and this shows that in a typical recent year, these programs spent about $550 million, and the extra sales that resulted in the bottom right corner was about $4.6 billion. It's about an average 8-to-1 return on investment. Any business person would be thrilled to get that kind of return on their marketing dollars. Now you might say, that's a good thing. The economy is recovering from a recession. This means increased spending and stimulus and job creation, and those are all things that we want. As we'll see in some of the ensuing slides, these extra sales of animal foods are not good for our economy. They're bad for our economy. And we'll see why. Here's another problem with checkoff programs. Americans don't actually need to be told to buy more animal foods because in virtually every age and sex demographic, people already consume more than the USDA says they should. All the data on this slide comes directly from the USDA, both the recommendations and the actual consumption data. And what it shows is that, for example, in the group of males 30 to 39, they're consuming 2/3 again as much meat, eggs, and seafood as the USDA says they should. So why is the government telling them to eat even more? Like by saying, beef, it's what's for dinner. It doesn't make any sense. It's Huxleyan. For those who came in late, Huxleyan refers to the book Brave New World, in which the government tries to get people to buy things they don't want or need. I don't think Americans want or need animal foods in any quantity let alone in these absurd quantities at which we're consuming them today. 1 in 3 Americans is obese. 2 in 3 Americans is overweight. 1 in 3 Americans has heart disease. That's an astonishing statistic. When you include hypertension or high blood pressure, 1 in 3 Americans today has heart disease. We have just about doubled our consumption of animal foods in the last 80 years. We've gone from about 100 pounds per person in 1935 to just under 200 pounds per person today. Depending on which list, which ranking you look at, the United States either is number 1, 2, or 3 in the world in terms of per capita meat consumption. We eat, on average, 3 times as much per capita as the rest of the world. We also have, on average, 3 times the rate of cancer as the rest of the world. We're a nation of sick and overweight people, and it's largely the result of what we eat. Not just animal foods, we also eat a lot of processed foods and sugary foods, but the clinical literature establishes beyond doubt animal foods are contributing to these problems. Our government should not be behind efforts to get us to eat more of them. It just doesn't make any sense. Let's talk about another way that producers influence behavior. And that's through this legislative agenda that I spoke about at the beginning. In the mid-1970s, this organization, the American Legislative Exchange Council, was formed, ALEC. ALEC is an incubator for legislation. It serves to bring together corporate lobbyists who pay high dues to participate and business-friendly state legislators. They come together and they meet around fun events like dinners and rafting trips and trips to Disney World, Disneyland, show tickets. And when they're done, they have typically conceived, they've incubated legislation that the legislators can take back to their home states and introduce as laws to get passed. In a typical year, ALEC is responsible for about 1,000 bills being introduced in state legislatures around the country. Each year, about 200 of those pass as law. So, in the last 40 years that it's been in existence, thousands of new laws have been passed as a result of this organization's efforts. What kind of laws are we talking about? Well, for example, they're behind the voter identification laws in 34 states that have been found to unfairly target racial minorities, some of which are being challenged today in court. They're also behind a spate of laws that protect animal food producers. Now, I'd like to talk about some of these. Starting at the lower left, ag-gag laws. Most people have heard about these because they're in the news a lot. These are laws that make it illegal to engage in an undercover investigation at a factory farm. So, that video that I talked about at the beginning of my talk that I sent to people and asked them to watch and provide feedback on, the making of that video is illegal in 8 states now. Now, fortunately, these laws are increasingly on the radar of the public and the legislators and the governors, thankfully, who are asked to take action on them. One of these laws just passed the legislature in North Carolina, which is a leading pork-producing state, and it was just vetoed by that state's governor, thankfully. Yeah, you can applaud that. Yeah. And I hope that increasingly we'll see these laws get defeated. Unfortunately, there's always somebody in the legislature who will introduce them. So next year, there will be another bill introduced in North Carolina, and the year after that, and the year after that. And if the governor changes, that may get signed into law. Food defamation laws. These are laws that say, if you defame a food product, you can be held civilly liable. What does it mean to defame a food product? It means 2 things. To say something that is damaging and untrue about food. So, for example, in Texas, where they have such a law, if you were to take a trip to Texas and post on your Facebook page, all of the dairy coming out of Texas is contaminated with a toxin. If the dairy industry sees its sales decline, and what you said is not true, you can be liable for food defamation under that state's defamation law. Oprah Winfrey learned about this law the hard way a few years back. She had, as a guest on her show, Howard Lyman, who is a retired former cattle rancher who is now vegan and advocates for veganism, plant-based diets, and animals. They were talking about the Texas beef industry. And at one point, Oprah threw up her hands and said, "You stopped me cold. I'll never eat another burger." Because of some of the facts that they were talking about, and her statement, the Texas Cattlemen's Beef Association brought a lawsuit under the Texas food defamation law against Oprah and Howard. Now, what they were saying was completely true. So they had a legitimate defense to that lawsuit, and ultimately they prevailed by showing that what they were saying was true. But it's expensive to litigate a case like that, especially where facts are at issue and you're trying to establish the truth of facts. They spent an estimated $1 million defending themselves in that lawsuit. So you can see that these laws have the potential to chill free speech. If Oprah had her show today, I doubt she would want to entangle with the Texas Beef Cattlemen's Association again. I wouldn't. Who wants to get sued and spend $1 million? Even if what you say is true, anybody can sue anybody in this country, and you got to extricate yourself. So these laws, I think, have the potential to chill free speech in this country. Cheeseburger laws that we now have in half of the states in this country, these are based on a model ALEC statute called the Common Sense Consumption Act. These laws say that a plaintiff cannot recover from a manufacturer, distributor, or retailer of food based on the theory that food caused the plaintiff to become obese or develop an obesity-related disease. The proponents of these laws have been very straightforward in saying that these laws are designed to prevent the kinds of large damages awards and settlements that the tobacco industry has been subjected to in the last several decades. As you may know, the tobacco industry in this country has paid over $400 billion to settle lawsuits brought by state Medicaid programs. Now, those lawsuits generally arose because the tobacco industry concealed information that showed that cigarette smoking and the use of other tobacco products was bad for our health. Unfortunately, if and when the information begins to emerge in the next decade or two, as I expect that it will, to show that animal foods, not only are animal foods bad for our health, but that the industry has been misleading us about their effect on our health, in half of the states in this country, we will not be able to bring lawsuits based on these cheeseburger laws that will block that litigation. I'm going to skip over customary farming exemptions and come back to it and talk about animal and ecological terrorism laws. We have these in 4 out of 5 states in this country. These laws provide that what would otherwise be a relatively innocuous crime, like trespass, theft, malicious mischief, vandalism, if the crime is directed at an animal enterprise, which includes anything involving animals, factory farm, a restaurant, a grocery store, a zoo, aquarium, testing facility. If that innocuous crime is directed at an animal enterprise, the penalties are significantly higher than otherwise. The putative purpose of these laws, as expressed by the people who push to get them passed, is that we need to protect the safety of the American food system. When I was researching the book, I was really interested in learning about food terrorism cases in this country. And it turns out that we haven't really had any. The FBI has never had a food terrorism case on its list of major terrorism cases. The only 2 food terrorism cases I found were tiny, they were local, and nobody died. To give you an example of one of them, somebody poisoned a salad bar in a restaurant in Oregon with salmonella, and a couple of people got sick. That's hardly the kind of food terrorism that threatens our food system. We have 2 million farms in this country producing food every day. It's a vast network spread over 3,000 miles of food production. It would be very difficult for a terrorist organization, even if it were incredibly well organized, to take down that system. What is actually happening here is something different. Will Potter has written a great book on this, which is called Green is the New Red. What Will Potter says is that just though the communist scare in the 50s was designed to draw attention to people's behavior if they were alleged to have communist affiliation, the Green Scare that we're living in today is designed to stifle activism among environmental and animal activists by branding them with a terrorist label. It's very difficult label to overcome. These laws, which are also based on a model ALEC statute called the Animal and Ecological Terrorism Act, mean that if you are engaged in relatively innocuous civil disobedience or exercising free speech rights, you can be charged as a terrorist in this country. It's unbelievable. A very powerful weapon that animal food producers have in their arsenal to use to protect their sales and their profits. Let's talk about customary farming. For me, this is really the most important issue. It's really why I wrote the book. And I think for many people who have turned to a plant-based diet, this is one of the main reasons behind their decision to do that. What are customary farming exemptions? These are exemptions to take a state's broad cruelty statute that prohibits cruelty to animals, and they carve out a small exemption for farm animals. And they say that the statute doesn't apply to farm animals. I want to give you an example of how this works. In Connecticut, in 1854, the legislature passed a very broad cruelty statute. It prohibited cruelty to any animal. You can't get any broader than that. And that's great. That statute was on the books for almost 150 years. In 1996, the Connecticut legislature adopted a customary farming exemption. I have this text memorized, but if I don't read it, you won't believe me. So I'm going to have to read it to you. Okay? This is what the Connecticut legislature, this is what the Connecticut anti-cruelty statute says today. In Connecticut, it is legal to, quote, maliciously and intentionally maim, mutilate, torture, wound, or kill an animal, provided the act is done while following generally accepted agricultural practices, unquote. To paraphrase, it is legal to intentionally torture a farm animal. The second part of that statutory language, if it's done in accordance with generally accepted agricultural practices. Here's what that means. If a group of farmers suddenly decides that they want to start cutting off a new part of an animal's body, with or without anesthetic, although invariably without, and there's an expedient or economic reason to do it, and enough of them start doing it, ear, legs, beak, tail, genitals, whatever, by definition, because a number of them are doing it, it becomes legal. It used to be illegal, and then a bunch of them started doing it, and they made it legal. That is how these statutes work. We have these statutes in 37 states. In the 13 states that don't have them, the same principle of law applies by virtue of judicial decision-making, or the common law. This practice essentially removes from state legislatures the authority to decide what constitutes animal cruelty. It hands it to the animal food producers who are raising these animals. It says, yeah, you decide. If you think it's not cruel, we're okay with that. This isn't really any different, in my view, from letting nursing home operators decide what constitutes elder abuse. It's just crazy. It doesn't make any sense. What am I talking about when I talk about customary farming exemptions? Picture tells 1,000 words.
Don't give up!
Starting at the top left, it's legal in every state in this country to chop off virtually any part of an animal's body without anesthetic. Tail, ears, beak, genitals. Genitals can be either chopped off or crushed without anesthetic. Now, incidentally, it would cost about 25 cents to anesthetize an animal before castrating him. It doesn't seem like much money. I mean, you just pull out a quarter and pay it. But if you have 100,000 animals, it's $25,000. That's a lot of money. If you have 1 million animals, it's $250,000. So you can see that it adds up. Nobody's going to do something that the rest of the industry isn't required to do because that's going to make them uncompetitive. Then they can't compete. They have to sell their products for more, and they're going to be outcompeted by the people who didn't spend the money on anesthetics. So you can understand why nobody will voluntarily do something that they're not required to do in this industry. Top middle, in almost every state in the country, it's legal to confine sows in gestation crates. These are pregnant pigs who will spend the majority of their lives in a state of confinement where they can basically can't move. A few states have actually outlawed this practice. Florida is one. California, where I'm from, is another one. Florida and California are not leading pork-producing states. So while it's nice, it doesn't really affect the fact that more than 95% of the pork raised in this country continues to come from animals raised like this. In almost every state in the country, it's legal to raise hens in battery cages. This means that a typical hen will spend her life in an area about 2/3 the size of a piece of paper, about like that. This practice has also been outlawed in a few states, including California. Again, California, not a major egg-producing state. So more than 95% of the eggs raised in this country continue to come from battery hens. Now, when I talk about customary farming exemptions, people often respond by saying, that sounds terrible, but in my case, I get all of my fill in the blank from fill in the blank. So this isn't going on with my food. Fill in the blank. I get all of my pork is organic. All of my eggs are cage-free. All of my beef is grass-fed. It doesn't matter. 98 to 99% of all of the animal foods consumed in this country come from factory farms. We know this statistically. These bottom three slides are images of cage-free hen production. Bottom left, about 100,000 hens in a dark, windowless shed where they'll spend their entire lives. They'll be debeaked, as you see on the bottom right, which means they'll have 1/3 to half of their beak removed. It's a painful procedure. It leaves them in chronic pain with a stump neuroma, or a fibrotic nerve ending, because they use their beak to eat. Every time they eat, the rest of their life is a burden. And of course, male chicks don't lay eggs, so they're totally useless and irrelevant in this industry. And as the bottom middle slide shows, they can be disposed of in any way that is convenient and expedient. They could be dumped into garbage cans and left to starve or freeze to death. They can be thrown in wood chippers and meat grinders. Farmers don't engage in these behaviors because they want to be cruel. Nobody really sets out and says, I'm going to see how cruel I can be. What is going on is economic pressures force people to do this stuff. A chicken is only worth about $3. That's the replacement value of a chicken. If you're a farmer and your chicken has a prolapsed uterus, you're not going to call a vet and spend $30, $40, $50 to treat that condition. You're going to pick that chicken up and throw it in the garbage. It's not cruel. It sounds cruel to us, but it's not intentionally cruel. That is economic reality. The only way to change producer behavior is to change the way the law applies to them. Now, when states fail to act to protect the disadvantaged, the disenfranchised, the challenged, often the federal government steps in. Because here we're talking about state laws, you might think, well, maybe the federal government has nobly come to the rescue of farm animals. The federal government has introduced is responsible for a lot of great laws over the years, the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Age Discrimination and Employment Act, etc. Unfortunately, the federal government has not done much in this area. The most important federal statute as far as animals are concerned is the Animal Welfare Act, which specifically does not apply to animals raised for food, so we can ignore it. There's something called the 28-hour law. This law says that when animals are being transported across state lines, if the trip takes more than 28 hours, the driver has to stop, offload the animals and give them a chance to rest and to have food and water. First of all, if that sounds humane to you, ask yourself this question. How many times in your life have you been denied food, water, and rest for 28 hours? Probably never. More importantly, this law has so many exceptions and loopholes that is practically speaking, completely ineffective. First of all, it doesn't apply to chickens or turkeys, which constitute roughly 98% of the animals raised for food in this country. It doesn't apply to intra-state trips. You have to cross the state line. If you just travel the length of Florida or California or Texas, even though you drive for several days, this law doesn't apply. The maximum penalty is $650. A slap on the wrist. It doesn't apply if the driver can show that he couldn't avoid violating the law, quote, when being careful. That is actually what the statute says. If the driver can just say, look, I was being careful, I couldn't avoid violating the law doesn't apply. Because of all these crazy loopholes, an animal rights group was interested a few years ago to know whether this law is actually enforced at all. They presented a request under the Freedom of Information Act to the USDA and the United States Department of Justice, and they asked, in the last 50 years, have you enforced or attempted to enforce the 28-hour law? And in both cases, USDA and US DOJ, the answer is no. This law is never enforced. Completely irrelevant. And here's the final gem in the federal legislation category. The Humane Methods of Slaughter Act. This act says that before an animal is slaughtered, he or she must be rendered insensible to pain. That means stunned. In this photo, that's a bolt gun stunning that animal. Again, lots of exceptions. It doesn't apply to chickens or turkeys, which again constitute 98% of the animals raised for food in this country. Turkeys and chickens are routinely killed by just having their throats slit and being left to bleed out. This statute also doesn't apply at all during an animal's lifetime. It applies only in the final instant of the animal's life, only the last few seconds when the animal's about to be killed. So the state and federal protections for farm animals are so completely insufficient that a couple of lawyers who wrote about this a few years ago, David Wolfson and Marianne Sullivan, you may know Marianne as the New York lawyer who is co-host of the Our Hen House podcast, they said, farm animals have no legal protection at all. As far as the law is concerned, they simply do not exist. Now, as I said at the beginning, these legal protections for animal food producers are a valuable cocoon of protection.
Help me secure the tap.
These laws allow producers to offload their costs onto society. And here's what I'm talking about. If I take my garbage to the front of my driveway and I leave it there for the garbage service to pick up, and I pay them to pick it up, I internalize my cost of garbage collection. That is to say, I created the garbage, I pay to have it picked up, that's appropriate. On the other hand, if I drive to a park and I dump my garbage there, I externalize my garbage collection costs, which is to say, I impose those costs on somebody else. Taxpayers, society, the operator of the park, whoever. I argue that metaphorically speaking, animal food producers are dumping their garbage in our parks because they are offloading the vast majority of their production costs onto society. Let's look at what some of those costs are. I'll show you a few slides with a few different categories, and at the end I'll show you the total. You'll get sort of the full picture. This is just the U.S. costs associated with these practices. Fishing leads to externalized costs of about $4.5 billion. That bycatch figure of $2.4 billion, this is what that means. When commercial fisheries are engaged in looking for a particular species, like shrimp, they routinely catch in trawl nets or long lines any non-target species Shrimp fishing is actually particularly egregious in this respect. One study shows that for every 1 pound of shrimp caught, there are 10 pounds of non-target species caught. And these include things like sea turtles, dolphins, porpoises, birds, albatross, threatened species, sea lions, seals. Every day on this planet, 200 million pounds of animals is thrown away as bycatch. That is 40% of the total catch. That is a huge figure. And it has a value that can be determined economically. In the US alone, the value of that is $2.4 billion.
Oh man, I'm hurt!
A few years ago, a couple of agricultural economists did a great study in which they ran a live auction. People had the opportunity in this auction to pull out their own wallets, open them up, and actually spend their own money to bid on moving animals from inhumane conditions to humane conditions. So they could move a pig from a gestation crate to a pasture. They could move egg-laying hens from a battery cage to a cage-free environment. Based on that data from that auction, which is a particularly good way to do it because you actually force people to use their own money rather than just give them a survey saying, how much would you pay? Usually those surveys don't yield accurate results, but when people spend their own money, the results are good. Based on that data, Americans are likely to be willing to pay over $20 billion per year to end the cruelest practices in factory farming. This slide shows dairy cows in what's called a zero grazing environment. Today, the majority of dairy cows are raised in zero grazing environments. These are environments where, just as it sounds, the animals never go outside. They never graze. They live in a concrete and steel enclosure. Because they get no exercise and because they spend a lot of time standing in their own waste, 100% of dairy cows are expected to develop lameness during their life. That is, they can't walk. It's painful. Many will develop other conditions like mastitis, which is an inflamed udder. Environmental costs associated with animal food production total about $37 billion. And as you can see from the slices of pie, these are things like costs associated with manure remediation. That soil erosion figure, $15 billion. If anybody saw David Montgomery's talk yesterday about the importance of soil in this country, you know that we are damaging our soil. The United Nations says 55% of soil erosion in the United States is directly attributable to animal agriculture. So this $15 billion figure represents the portion of the total erosion costs associated with all agriculture, and it's just the animal portion. All of these are just the portion of the total cost that is associated with raising animals for consumption. Subsidies are about $38 billion in this country. This is a larger number than you might be used to seeing. The reason the number I use is relatively large is I include subsidies for corn and soybeans. In this country, 80% of the corn that we raise and 70% of the soybeans are fed to animals as feed. Those crops are heavily subsidized. You can't calculate subsidies to animal food producers without including subsidies to corn and soybeans. And as you can see, the typical cost to raise a pig is almost $9 more than that animal's market value. The typical cost to raise a cow is about $40 more than that market value. That difference is made up through subsidies. By far the largest component of externalized costs associated with animal food production is the healthcare costs. And again, these are only the portion of costs that are associated with consuming animal foods. That heart disease figure at the bottom, $143 billion, the total is 3 times that. This is just the cost associated with consuming a diet that is high in animal foods. This is what, if you add up all of these components and categories, what the total looks like. It's about $414 billion. That is what animal food production costs in terms of externalized costs in this country every year. To put the number in perspective, it's about half of what we spend on Social Security each year. It's about 1/4 of Canada's gross domestic product. It's a large number. Here's another perspective on that number. That yellow bar is the annual retail sales of animal food. That's about $251 billion. The blue bar in the middle is externalized costs, and the green is the total when you add sales costs. And what that does is it yields this formula at the bottom. For every $1 of animal food sold at retail, another $1.70 of externalized costs is imposed on consumers and taxpayers. So, every time McDonald's sells a Big Mac for $5, another $8 in costs is imposed on consumers and taxpayers, us. Whether you eat Big Macs or not, somebody's buying a Big Mac right now, and we're all paying part of it. The true cost of a Big Mac isn't really $5, it's really $13. However, because McDonald's doesn't charge $13 for their products, and none of the other retailers selling animal foods charge the full cost of their products, those products have artificially low prices. Over the last 80 years in this country, as a result of widespread externalization of costs, prices of animal foods have fallen across the board on an inflation-adjusted basis. Butter is down 44%, ham is down 48%, chicken is down 70%. The law of demand is a really simple economic principle, and it says when prices come down, demand goes up. When prices go up, demand comes down. And we've all seen this happen in our day-to-day lives. When something's cheap, you buy more. When something's expensive, you buy less. This slide shows an example of this in practice with respect to chicken consumption. And as you can see, in 1935, Americans consumed about 9 pounds per person of chicken, and today we consume about 57 pounds of chicken per person. This graph is completely unrelated to population growth. This is just per capita consumption. It's nothing to do with the fact that our population is increasing. At the same time, in 1935, top left, the price of chicken was $5 a pound and is now about $1.54 a pound. In other words, the price of chicken has fallen dramatically in 80 years. Consumption of chicken has risen dramatically in 80 years, just as the law of demand predicts. It's not rocket science. Recently, in the last couple of years, if you could expand the right edges of this and blow it up a little bit, you'd actually see prices have ticked up a little bit. There's been a drought in the West and Midwest that has caused feed crop prices to go up a little, and as a result, chicken prices have gone up a little. At the same time, consumption has come down a little bit, just as the law of demand predicts. I think that when prices stabilize, consumption will continue. Prices will go down further, consumption will continue to go up. Now, let me summarize to this point. Animal food producers externalize the vast majority of their costs and impose those costs on society. As a result of that heavy externalization of costs, they're able to lower the retail prices that they charge for their goods. Those low retail prices that are artificially low mean that consumers buy much, much more of those goods than they would otherwise. As I said earlier, Americans have roughly doubled our meat consumption in the last 80 years. During this same period, we've gone from 100 pounds per person to just under 200 pounds per person. 1 in 3 is obese, 2 in 3 is overweight. We have problems that are associated with these very high levels of consumption. It's not just health, there are environmental issues as well. I'll just give you a few data points. 1 in 3 groundwater sources in U.S. states in this country is contaminated with animal waste. More than 30,000 miles of rivers, lakes, and of rivers and streams is contaminated with animal waste. 1/3 of the world's fisheries, commercial fisheries, have collapsed. That is, they no longer produce fish. Scientists think that by 2050, the middle of the century, all of the commercial fisheries will have collapsed by virtue of because of overfishing. 2 acres of rainforest is destroyed every minute to provide land to grow crops, to feed beef cattle, or provide land to graze beef cattle. Americans are near the top of the planet in terms of per capita meat consumption, but the rest of the planet is catching up. And when they do, the planet will be short about 2/3 as much land as we need to grow the crops and feed those animals. The land doesn't exist. It's just not there, period. So let me look at some of the sustainability issues that meat and dairy present.
Just hang on. I'm coming.
Compared to plant-based protein, as you can see from these bar charts, producing animal protein takes about 5 times the land, 11 times the fossil fuels, and 40 times the water. Just looking at water, I live in California. As you may know, we've been in the middle of a multi-year drought. I just downloaded this image a couple days ago. I don't know if you can read the fine print, but in the very bottom right, there's a little yellow area. That is the only area in California that is not in the middle of a drought right now. That area is abnormally dry. All the other colors from beige to dark red represent moderate drought, severe drought, extreme drought, or exceptional drought. California is short something like 40 trillion gallons of water every year, which is a lot of water. One way to think about California's situation is to compare it to something. So let me just give you a little comparison here. Lake Powell is the largest reservoir in the country, measured in terms of capacity. Lake Powell is only at about 40% of its capacity because of multi-year drought in California and other western states. Lake Powell is a lake formed by a dam in the Colorado River. It's on the Utah and Arizona border. So it's at 40% of its capacity. It's down about 5 trillion gallons of water, which is a lot of water. Coincidentally, California, one of the nation's leading dairy-producing states, uses about 5 trillion gallons of water each year to produce dairy. Now, I'm not saying that if California stopped producing dairy, Lake Powell's level would rise. I'm just saying it's interesting to conceptualize this huge block of missing water with the water that is used over here to produce dairy. I don't know if anybody has seen the movie Cowspiracy, but there's a short and really interesting interview with a California dairy producer that I thought I would play, if I can get it to play here.
It requires a lot of inputs to produce milk. The feed, the water, the land, it does. And it may not be practical to expect that there can be enough dairy production produced in a sustainable way to feed the entire world. I just don't think that that's necessarily a given. I think it's maybe too much to expect that the world can be fed with dairy in a sustainable way.
It's really too much to expect that the world can be fed with dairy in a sustainable way. That is a dairy producer talking. You got to admire his candor. So there's a major sustainability issue with animal agriculture. It just cannot continue at this level. People consume too much. Our population is growing at the same time we're consuming more and more. Commentators have proposed a number of solutions to this sustainability problem. Those solutions include things like organic farming, local farming, pasture farming, ecological rotation. In my book, Meatonomics, I discuss each of these solutions and I show mathematically why they cannot work at our current levels of consumption. If we dial back that consumption dramatically, say back to where it was in 1950, yes, animals could be raised in pasture, animals could be raised locally. But today, given our high levels of consumption in this country, the only way to meet that demand is to raise animals in factory farms. Let me just give you one example of what I'm talking about. Some of you may have heard of Polyface Farm. It's a well-known eco-rotation farm in Virginia that is profiled in the book Omnivore's Dilemma by Michael Pollan. At polyface, cattle move around the farm. The chickens follow the cattle a few days later, and they peck insects from the manure. And the rabbits follow them in cages. And the whole thing is thought to be about as sustainable as animal agriculture can be. Here's the thing. There are something like 313 million Americans, and we consume something like just under 200 pounds of meat per person per year. So the question is, how much of that meat is polyface, for example, producing? How many people per year does polyface feed? You might guess 100,000, 90,000, 80,000 people. Polyface farm produces enough meat to feed about 700 people each year. That's almost nothing. It makes me wonder why we even talk about it. In some fantasy land or on some other planet where there's unlimited amounts of land, operations like polyface might work. But on this planet and in this country where all the land is being used for something today, polyface doesn't work as a model. To give you an example, in Southern California where I live, if we wanted to produce all of our meat using the polyface model, we would need 33,000 more farms. That land would take up 7 of the 8 counties in Southern California. No room for houses, no room for buildings, freeways, nothing, just farming. So this model doesn't work sustainably at our current consumption levels. If Americans can be convinced to dial back their consumption dramatically, farms like polyface might work, and they could, and they would actually be much better for the environment. Now, there's still going to be ethical issues. Polyface still slits the throats of its chickens while they're awake and alert, and there are issues like that. But if consumption were lower, there are some things that could be done sustainably. Look at another example. Local farming is all the rage right now, and it's a good idea. I think that when possible, we should buy locally. However, it's definitely not a silver bullet. As this graph shows, when we measure food's carbon footprint, we look at what's called a life cycle assessment, or an LCA. The local component of a food is only about 11% of its LCA. That's that transportation figure in the top left. But processing, preparation, and production together account for about 70%. So any inefficiency in processing, preparation, or production is going to completely outweigh the benefit of food having been raised locally. And you can see a great example of that here in this study, which recently asked the question, is it more environmentally friendly for the British to buy their lamb locally or to import it from New Zealand? In Britain, lamb production is very fossil fuel intensive. In New Zealand, lamb production relies on alternative fuels like solar, wind, and geothermal. As a result, it is much more environmentally friendly for Brits to import their lamb from New Zealand. It's counterintuitive, but it's 4 times more environmentally friendly, both in terms of energy consumed, even after you account for the energy costs associated with transportation, and in carbon output. The point is not that local farming isn't a good idea. I think it is. The point is that in each instance, the math can be complicated. And local farming is not going to be a silver bullet for animal agriculture any more than eco-rotation operations like polyface are.
I'm bleeding out!
So I said I was going to talk about how producers influence us, and I did. I said I was going to talk about some of the economic consequences, and I did. I said I would talk about the sustainability issues, and I did. I said I would talk about some solutions. So now let me talk about the solutions. In this country, we tax tobacco products an average of about 70%. So the typical $5 pack of cigarettes has about a $3.50 tax hacked onto it, so it ends up costing $8.50. Just as the law of demand predicts, as you raise the price of cigarettes by taxing cigarettes, you lower consumption. About 100 years ago, an economist named Arthur Pigou, who taught at Cambridge, proposed that it makes a lot of sense to tax undesirable goods like liquor, tobacco, gasoline. Because when you tax them, you reduce consumption. And you also provide a new revenue stream for the government that is imposing the tax. There's a so-called double dividend from these taxes. They're called Pigovian taxes, named after Pigu. Propose that they would work. And they work really well. I wanted to show you a couple of graphs that show how they've worked for cigarettes. As you can see in this graph, the red line at the bottom left, in 1982, cigarettes cost $1.88 per pack. As a result of taxes being imposed over the next few decades, a few years ago they cost $4.64 a pack. And during the same time, you can see that green line shows that consumption declined from, in this country, 32 billion packs per year to 17 billion packs per year. That is the law of demand at work, just like that chicken slide. Here's another interesting graph for tobacco. During that same period, 82 to 2007, as tobacco taxes were increased by state and federal governments, revenues went from $15 billion to $25 billion. And during the same time, the incidence of lung cancer in this country went from 145 cases per 100,000 Americans, dropped down to 100 cases per 100,000 Americans. It's really working. It's making Americans healthier, it's reducing consumption of tobacco products, and it's increasing revenues for state and federal government entities that are imposing these taxes. So, as you might guess, I suggest that one of the best ways that we can reduce consumption of animal foods in this country is to tax them. I propose a 50% tax on all foods that contain any animal products. So a $5 Big Mac would have a $2.50 tax on it. It would cost $7.50. And as predicted, the law of demand says people will buy fewer Big Macs. Now, the idea is not to make people struggle to meet their food budget. So at the same time, I also propose providing a $500 tax credit annually, which would offset the extra costs associated with the tax. So what would happen is, in a typical year, people would spend a little more on meat, but they would also shift some of their buying to plant-based foods. And at the end of the year, the extra that they've spent would be reimbursed through this tax credit. If and when a 50% tax is imposed in this country, I do think we will tax meat at some point. 50% is kind of high, but I think we'll start taxing meat at some point in my lifetime. That tax, plus some other institutional changes that I recommend, like eliminating checkoff programs, eliminating subsidies, would have the effect of reducing consumption of animal foods by about 44% in this country. That would take us back to where we were in 1950, roughly, when the rate of obesity was not 1 in 3, it was 1 in 8. There would be a lot of benefits from reducing consumption that dramatically. For example, we could save 170,000 human lives every year. We could save 26 billion land and marine animals' lives every year. We could return to its native habitat, something like 600,000 square miles of land that would no longer be needed to raise animals or the feed crops necessary to feed them. That's like twice the size of Texas. But perhaps most importantly, we would avoid emitting about 3 trillion pounds of carbon equivalent emissions every year that this tax is in effect. That would have roughly the same effect as garaging all motor vehicles and motor vessels in this country.
Love it.
So that's one thing we can do. That's the institutional change that would make sense. But there's also the possibility of change on an individual level. And that is to say that you can make a decision to eat less animal products or to give them up completely. And as the speakers this week have been saying repeatedly, our bodies don't need animal products, and they're generally much better off without them. As this chart shows, a vegan has about 25% lower cholesterol than an omnivore, about 18% lower body mass index, and perhaps most importantly, this purple bar at the right suggests that there's a choice. You can eat meat and live to be 87, or you can go vegan and live to 100. that's more or less what this longevity figure suggests. Possibly adjusted based on your own personal life expectancy, but that is a major difference. But it doesn't stop there. Because the other question is, how do you want to live the last few years of your life? I'm general counsel at a healthcare company, and we supply products to patients who are in long-term care facilities or nursing homes. These are mostly elderly patients in their 70s, 80s, 90s, sometimes 100 or more. These are mostly patients who have a lot of things wrong with them, clinically referred to as comorbidities. Now, just before I got on my plane, I printed a bunch of papers related to these patients. Now, when somebody checks into a nursing home, the administrator fills out what's called a face sheet or cover sheet. It's just a single page with all the data about the person, their name and address, their contact, their next of kin, and importantly, for legal purposes, it lists all of their comorbidities. Why do the nursing homes do that? Because they don't want to be sued if somebody came in with a condition and later argues that it was the nursing home's negligence that gave them that condition. So if somebody's got a pressure ulcer on their sacrum, you can be darn sure that's going to be listed on the cover sheet so the nursing home doesn't get accused of causing that person to develop that pressure ulcer or bed sore. Now, I chose these completely at random. I chose 8 cover sheets, and then later when I looked at them, I saw that a bunch of them were illegible, they were handwritten, or they had a lot of abbreviations, so I couldn't read them. So I just pulled out the 3 that were typed and were legible and didn't have abbreviations. And I just want to read you a couple of these, because when you hear all of the comorbidities that these people have, and these are not 100-year-old people, these are like 70, early 80-year-old people, you will be astonished. Many of these diseases are directly or indirectly related to consuming animal foods. And you've heard them mentioned over the last 8-9 days at this conference. So here's one typical patient in a nursing home. This is a nursing home in New York. This person has gastrointestinal hemorrhage, anemia, urinary tract infection, E. coli septicemia, diabetes, that's half, hypertension, senile dementia, congestive heart failure, esophageal reflux disease. None of these is really a contagious disease. These are diseases of indulgence. These relate to diet, possibly lack of exercise, and other things. Here's another example. This is from a nursing home in New Hampshire. This person has diverticulitis of colon, effects of chilblains, diabetes, other acquired absence of organ, unspecified hemorrhage of gastrointestinal tract, edema, dementia, glaucoma, cramp of limb, unspecified peripheral vascular disease, anxiety state, colostomy, vascular insufficiency of intestine, depressive disorder, anemia, closed fracture of pubis. I'm almost done. It would be funny if it weren't a real person who's in pain and suffering. Restless leg syndrome and a pacemaker. Many, but not all, of those comorbidities are directly related to consuming animal foods. So the question is not just, do you care about the environment, do you care about animals, and hopefully the answer is yes, but the question is, how do you want to live your life, and how do you want to spend the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years of your life? Do you want to be sitting in a nursing home with somebody changing your diaper and turning you and putting bandages on your bed sores? Or do you want to be, hiking, playing golf, and doing the things that people are supposed to be doing when they're retired and supposedly enjoying their lives? So we've come back full circle to Aldous Huxley. He's the guy who wrote Brave New World, the book I talked about early on. Huxley died in 1963, coincidentally the same year I was born. Now, I know what you're thinking. I don't look that old. Thank you. Some people have suggested that I might be Huxley's reincarnation. I don't know that. I cannot confirm or deny. But I want to leave you with a quote from Huxley. Huxley said, "Facts do not cease to exist because they are ignored." During the slightly more than 1 hour that I've been talking, more than 1 million land animals have been killed for food in this country. We know that statistically, 98 to 99% of them lived and died in factory farms, subject to those customary farming exemptions that we saw a few slides ago. Virtually all of these animals lived in misery and suffering and died violent deaths. Facts of how those animals lived and died don't cease to exist for those animals and for each new generation that's introduced every few months, simply because we choose to ignore them, forget them, or deny them. Those facts are always there for those animals. Huxley warned us that our government would try to manipulate us to get us to buy things that we don't want or need. And guess what? He was completely right. Let's heed Huxley's warning. Let's think for ourselves about what's for dinner, rather than let the federal government tell us that it's beef. And if you're not already doing so, I strongly encourage you to consider exercising one of the most powerful rights that you have as a consumer, and that is to boycott this cruel and dysfunctional industry. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will mention that there are just a few books available if anybody's interested. I think you will find this stuff really, really interesting. And I go into much more detail, obviously, in the book. I explore each of the categories and all the costs and 700 endnotes. Spent 3 years researching this book, and it can be yours for one low payment. Yes, questions?
Hi, great talk. Thank you so much. Regarding the nursing home, it got me thinking. Is there or could there be a nursing home that checks you in and says, "Welcome to our vegan nursing home," where you will eat a plants-only living food diet, and not only that, you're going to have to move your body around to the best of your ability. And it seems to me that dead people don't buy things or don't buy services, so this would seem to me would be good for business.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. In fact, I'm sure that if such a thing doesn't exist, that it will soon. In fact, I've heard of retirement communities that have been formed. Essentially, it's an intentional community formed around a principle. In some cases, it's people of a particular religion. In some cases, it's people with particular dietary beliefs. I hope there's a good vegan retirement community I can check myself into when I'm ready. Okay, well, thank you very much for being here. I very much appreciate it. Thanks.
Enemy row destroyed.
Delighted to have you back on the show. Your third appearance on the show. I think the last time you were on was at least about a year and a half ago, I think.
Been a long time.
At this point. Lots has happened since then. You've got this new book coming out, which we're going to talk about, Your Body in Balance, which is all about hormone health and the impact of nutrition and lifestyle on hormones and the downstream impact of that on everything that we're interested in here. But before we dive into that, because it's so topical and top of mind, even though we're recording this well in advance of this coming out, I think it's important to talk about this, which is this study that came out recently that made headlines across the world that in so many words, basically said, keep eating meat. There's no link between your meat intake and any kind of disease. So walk me through this study, how those headlines came to be, and your response to it.
It was such a crazy scenario. What happened was the Annals of Internal Medicine published 6 articles from one research group headed by a guy named Bradley Johnston in Canada.
Nutrarex, right?
Nutrarex, whatever that is. So the first 4 of these 6 articles were meta-analyses. So there's nothing new. What they do is they took existing research and crunched it in a new way. And what they found in these 4 articles was, if you reduce your meat intake, you actually do cut your risk of cancer, cut your risk of a heart attack, cut your risk of stroke and diabetes, and that it's not chance. It's statistically significant, meaning it's very unlikely that this is just some chance result. However, he did a 5th article where they looked at preferences and values, and they looked at prior studies of meat eaters, and they concluded meat eaters like meat.
Right.
And in fact, they think they need meat. Of course, a lot of meat eaters, where do I get my protein, that kind of thing. So then they did a 6th article, which was, what do we recommend? And what they recommend, I'm not making this up. They said the reduction in cancer and heart attack and stroke and diabetes isn't worth it if you have to give up meat. And so they recommended continue eating meat, including the most unhealthy forms like sausage and bacon, the ones that are clear-cut human carcinogens. And I have to say, I'm going to point a finger of blame at the journal, the Annals of Internal Medicine, because they were the one that back in, I think it was 2014. Remember Time Magazine had that cover story with butter on it, a big swirl of butter?
I'll never forget that cover.
It said, eat butter. That was
Butter is
from
back.
same journal, and they published an equally not so good meta-analysis saying they couldn't sort out the risks of saturated fat, so go ahead and eat butter. And then in 2016, 2017, they published another article saying sugar is okay. And that was, by the way, the same author.
It was Johnston.
That was him
Johnson
again.
Or Johnston?
Johnston.
Johnston, right.
And it then came out that he was taking money from the food industry.
Yeah, it was like a whole battery of conglomerates that included Coca-Cola and ConAgra, et cetera. He did disclose it. Did he make the disclosure with that study, though?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But somehow it was sort of reported in the press, and it was a while before people caught on to the fact that, if you're going to say that Dr. Pepper is good for you, look who's paying for it. So they were kind of disgraced. So then this new thing came out. And the reason I'm going to blame the journal is that the Annals of Internal Medicine did not say these meta-analyses show that reducing meat would actually help you. And if you want to reduce meat, it will help you. Oh, by the way, this was just the benefit of reducing. What if you stop eating it completely? The benefits are even greater. And they didn't dive into things like, meat eaters might think that they need it or it's a source of protein, but there was nothing about what if you educate people? Is it not true that people are in fact changing their diet? I mean, look at the marketplace. Veggie burgers and everything's just taking off. So anyway, they issued a press release. And the press picked it up, saying new guidelines. There were no new guidelines. This is just Johnston's idea. And that you can just continue eating meat for good health. And I have to say, I contacted the editor. And she said, you're right. We went a little too far with that. We'll change it. I don't think they did change it at all.
Well, a couple things. First of all, wasn't there an initiative or an effort to prevent that from being published in that journal ahead of time? Because I think I'm on that email chain that I believe you're on as well from David Katz, and there was like how can, before it was published, there was an awareness that this was going to be coming out, and an effort to let this journal know that this was going to be irresponsible.
The journal sent out this press release. The journalists started calling experts. The experts were disgusted by this. They said, you're completely misinterpreting the science here. And so David Katz and many others, lots of others, wrote to the journal and said, think this through a little bit before you say that people should keep eating meat. Look at your own science and look at the body science. They just ignored it. And I don't know if it was clickbait or if there's some other reason. Journals do want a lot of controversy in the press. They like to have their name out there because it improves their what they call their impact factor compared with other journals. But then, when we dug into it a little deeper, the New York Times did a story saying, hey, wait a minute, this was the same guy who was funded for the sugar
It's
study.
like a couple weeks later that this article came out.
Right. But what didn't come out at the time, and what did not make the headlines, is that just 6 months before this article came out, Bradley Johnston had signed a deal with Texas A&M University's AgriLife program, which oversees all their beef promotion programs. And I know that your listeners have never heard of this, but it was very troubling. Texas A&M University in Texas, they promote beef. And the head of that group is a guy named Patrick Stover, who signed an agreement with Bradley Johnston and came onto the project and became a co-author. And when you look at their disclosure forms, when you do research, you have to disclose your conflicts of interest. And they say things like, are you getting money from anywhere? The answer is no. Is there anything, even aside from anything, that could look like a conflict of interest, like you run beef promotion programs, for example? No. They wrote, no, none of that. None of that came out.
Sorry to interrupt, but as I recall from that Times article, the letter of the law was that you have to disclose any conflicts of interest in the last 3 years.
Right.
And he had a deal, that same deal that he had that was with respect to that sugar study that he did, that had expired shortly beforehand, so it was a little bit outside of that window. So his response was, well, that was more than 3 years ago. I wasn't required to make that disclosure, but that's not in the spirit of what this provision is, which is to basically say, listen, is there anything that you've done or that could potentially compromise these funds?
That's right. And this new thing was totally current. It was current at the time.
And that was not in the New York Times article.
The New York Times didn't pick it up. And what I'm saying is the beef industry signs, or not the beef industry, Texas A&M University, which gets beef checkoff money and promotes beef heavily, signed an agreement with Brad Johnston's group. 6 months later, they come out with this study saying, eat beef. You don't want to give up beef, do you? And then the press goes, well, new guidelines, I guess. And it was really a sad situation.
So, maybe I'm mistaken, but wasn't part of the study based on this built-in assumption that people are typically only eating meat like 3 times a week? So for their guidelines to suggest like keep doing what you're doing is disingenuous because most people are eating meat like 20 times a week. I mean, they're eating it probably twice a day.
They may be, and their own research did show that if you reduce meat consumption or you eat very little meat, you do better than if you eat a lot. And our research and that of many, many other teams show that if you just throw out the meat completely, replace it with healthier foods, you do dramatically better. So there was really not much question about getting away from meat was a good idea, but it was just the way that they characterized it in the guidelines they came up with, which were really meat friendly.
Mm-hmm. So in the wake of this article getting published in this journal, there was a bit of a kerfuffle, that resulted in these New York Times articles, but also I think there was like 12,000 physicians that came out against this, American College of Cardiology, and of course, you at PCRM, you guys filed a petition with the FTC. So explain to me what that's all about.
The Federal Trade Commission regulates advertising, and a press release that goes out to the press to sell your journal and sell your website, that's advertising. So we went after the Annals of Internal Medicine. We filed a complaint with the Federal Trade Commission to say when you advertise yourself, saying you've got new guidelines that you can keep eating all the meat you want, whatever, we said that that's harmful to people and it's also false. Now, it may sound like it's a bit reaching to try to get the annals dragged to the FTC. However, we did exactly this with the dairy industry some years ago when they were advertising if you're trying to lose weight and dairy is part of your diet, you'll lose more weight than if you're trying to lose weight and dairy isn't in your diet. You might remember these ads that dairy helps you lose weight. Well, they're just really good science. And the Federal Trade Commission ruled in our favor on it, so we're going to do the same.
Right. So what's the status of that at the moment?
At the moment, the FTC has it on their desk. Yeah. We'll see what we do.
It's so crazy. I saw a tweet the other day from the Dairy Council or some milk-affiliated organization that said something along the lines of milk is better for hydration than water. To me, like if that's, I don't understand how that could possibly be, but that seems like a flagrant, violation of FTC guidelines regarding advertising.
There's lots of goofy stuff, and I have to tell you that goofy stuff comes out on a cycle. If it's a 5-year, like 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020, that's when the goofy stuff comes out. Because the dietary guidelines for Americans are reformulated every 5 years. And so what we've been seeing is these articles saying, new studies show that eggs are good for you. There should be no restriction on dietary cholesterol. Dairy is good for you. Eat butter. So that was in 2014, going up to the 2015 guidelines revision. So what they're trying to do now, this Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee is meeting in Washington, and they're going to say what kids should eat in school and everywhere else. And so the beef industry, the dairy industry, the chocolate manufacturers, everybody is pushing on them with their guidelines that emphasize their product. And then the reporters dutifully parrot this message, and the public goes, oh.
That's a problem. I mean, that's interesting. So it's very much like a presidential campaign. Here we are in the lead up to this 2020 scenario in which the guidelines are going to get revamped, and there are vested interests that have a lot to gain or lose based upon what ends up in those recommendations.
I'm pleased to tell you that Ukraine was not involved in this so far.
We don't know.
I know. But I have to say, it is disheartening because we all imagine journal editors are sort of above the fray, and they just want to have the truth come out, and that they're not out there talking an idea, whatever. But it's been creepy to see.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing I've learned from our social media infused culture, it's just how hyperbolic the diet and nutrition wars are. And the front lines are being waged on Twitter, and you see the vitriol that goes back and forth between these respective tribes and camps. And it's, as somebody who's relatively steeped in all of this, I get confused, and I wonder, like, who's who is being buttressed by who, and who's telling the truth, and can we really know with nutritional science what, with any sense of veracity, what is fact and what isn't, or and so for the average consumer, I mean, confusion is the product. Like the average person is just going to be left thinking, like, I can't trust any of this stuff because everyone's slinging arrows at each other.
Yeah, which confusion sells. The meat the tobacco industry proved this. The jury was in and out. There was no question that tobacco caused cancer. But if the tobacco industry could have some studies saying, well, there's some doubt here, some doubt there, they don't have to prove it's safe. Confusion is all you need to sell. And if you can say, well, what they did say in this case, bacon, sausage, I mean, these are the things that slam dunk the World Health Organization said they cause colorectal cancer, period. These new articles said, well, we're not 100% sure. The data are limited and whatever. So confusion really sells.
Yeah. What do you make of this whole carnivore movement? Have you been paying attention to this at all?
Probably more than it deserves. I think this too shall go.
Yeah. It's fascinating what's going on right now. And I think it's more incumbent than ever before for all of us to pay closer attention and read the news with a critical eye.
And also look for consistency of findings. If somebody tells you vegetables are not good for you, or an apple is going to hurt you, or beans, whatever. I mean, there's certain common sense things that we know. And the scientific studies are so clear and so uniform, from observational studies to randomized clinical trials and everything, that a plant-based diet is a healthy diet. The closer you get to an entirely plant-based diet, the better off you get.
Well, here we are. You're on the precipice of releasing, it's like your 15th book, right?
Yeah.
You're a busy guy,
like
which is amazing. So explain to me what drew your attention to hormonal health and why you've chosen to put a lens on this at this time.
Rich, I stumbled into this completely by accident, because we think about food as affecting your weight or your cholesterol, but I was sitting at my desk one day and my phone rang, and it was a young woman who said, Dr. Bryan, I can't get out of bed. I said, what's the problem? And many women have some menstrual pain, but for maybe 1 in 10 or so, it's off the scale, cannot function for a day or 2 days. And this was her. She said, my mother told me I should call you and you could help me. And so I said, well, I can give you some painkillers for a couple of days. But I started to think about what are cramps? And menstrual cramps, to put it simply, are the lining of the uterus is being thickened up every month in anticipation of pregnancy. And it's hormones, it's estrogen that does that. And if you have extra estrogen, female sex hormone, that uterine lining thickens up a whole lot more. And at the end of the month, it all disintegrates in menstrual flow. But as it disintegrates, that thick lining releases prostaglandins that cause cramping. So she's telling me her symptoms, and I thought, wait a minute, I wonder if you got too much estrogen in your blood somehow. And it ran through my mind that I remembered from Physiology 101 that your liver has a way of removing estrogen. It takes it out of the blood. Your liver filters your blood. It pulls it out and sends it down through the bile duct into the intestinal tract. And as long as there's plenty of fiber in your intestine, it just flushes all that estrogen away, the excess. If there's not fiber in your digestive tract, because you ate Velveeta for lunch, then those estrogens go back into circulation and your estrogen level stays too high. So I said to her, how about this? Let's try an experiment. I'll give you painkillers for a couple days, but for the next month, would you like to try a diet that might help? No animal products, keep oils really, really low, foods as natural as possible. 4 weeks later, she called me back and said, this is astounding. My period came, 0 symptoms, nothing. And then in the months that followed, same story. But then she loosened up her diet a little bit. The pain came back. So I thought, okay, that's one person. So I connected with our friends at the Georgetown University Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. And we did a research study. We brought in a large group of women. They all had moderate to severe pain every month. We split them into a placebo group, effectively, and a vegan group. And it works. The first thing we noticed is that PMS was different. Bloating and water retention cut way down. And then mood changes that they had been bothered by were reduced. And then when we tracked their pain, it was fewer days and noticeably less intensity. So we thought, okay, that's really important. But Rich, I got to tell you something. In the course of this study, we told all the women, please don't take any hormonal preparations in the course of the study because it's going to goof up our results. And that includes birth control pills. So if you're sexually active, please use some other method because we don't want the hormones to interfere. One of the women said, don't worry about me. My husband and I gave up trying to have a baby years ago. And it's not him. We've been tested. It's me. I don't ovulate. She just was not releasing eggs on any kind of predictable basis. The second month that she was on the vegan diet, she came in and said, Dr. Barnett, I've got bad news and I've got good news. I said, what is it? Well, I'm leaving your study because I am pregnant. And she was pregnant. And about 8 years later, I was giving a lecture in a different city. And I didn't realize she had moved. She came to my lecture and told me about her 3 kids. What I'm saying is that hormones affect pain, they affect fertility, they affect hormone-related cancers like breast cancer, prostate cancer, so many things. And everybody, and I do birth control pills. So if you're sexually active, please use some other method because we don't want the hormones to interfere. One of the women said, don't worry about me. My husband and I gave up trying to have a baby years ago. And it's not him. We've been tested. It's me. I don't ovulate. She just was not releasing eggs on any kind of predictable basis. The second month that she was on the vegan diet, she came in and said, Dr. Barnard, I've got bad news and I've got good news. I said, what is it? Well, I'm leaving your study because I am pregnant. Wow. And she was pregnant. And about 8 years later, I was giving a lecture in a different city, and I didn't realize she had moved. She came to my lecture and told me about her 3 kids. What I'm saying is that hormones affect pain, they affect fertility, they affect hormone-related cancers like breast cancer, prostate cancer, so many things. And everybody is whirling cancer moved. She came to my lecture and told me about her 3 kids. What I'm saying is that hormones affect pain, they affect fertility, they affect hormone-related cancers like breast cancer, prostate cancer, so many things. And everybody is whirling these dials on their hormone levels by the food choices they make every day without having any conception of what is happening. So the reason I wrote Your Body in Balance is I thought, well, let's get your body in balance, because all of these things make people miserable. In some cases, they just make you miserable. In other cases, like hormone-related cancers, they can kill you. So let's get this information out there. And yes, if people want to buy prescription drugs, fair enough. If you need to have a hysterectomy for endometriosis, maybe. But if we can just change your lunch and your dinner and do it like that, let's do that.
Yeah, I mean, those are some pretty dramatic results. So walk me through, I mean, the first example that you gave was the impact of increasing fiber into that person's diet. But then
Right.
the study that you conducted was going
Vegan.
full vegan. So those are two different things. So let's
Yes.
maybe talk about just nutrition in general and its impact on hormonal health and kind of differentiate between those two things.
Okay, the reason that we went full on vegan is I gave you one example of fiber, but it's not all there is to it. This whole area started being studied, 20 years ago, maybe more, for cancer patients. Breast cancer patients have one thing on their mind, which is, I don't want my cancer to recur. And so researchers have looked at dietary changes that reduce estrogens for cancer patients. And they found two things. The first is fiber, which I mentioned earlier. A high fiber diet flushes these estrogens away, quite literally. But the other thing is fat, animal fat, and even oils, vegetable oils. For a reason that I don't know the mechanism, we haven't figured it out. If I take a group of women and I put them on a fatty diet, their estrogen levels rise. And you can do both together. You can say high fiber, low fat, high fat, low fiber, and you can see estrogen levels going up and down very rapidly. So we thought, okay, I don't want any animal fat in your diet at all. That means it's vegan. But we went a step further and kept oils low. So what that means is that everything you're eating has fiber. Everything you're eating is from a plant. There's nothing in your diet that's not a plant. And so you're getting abundant fiber, very little fat, and we thought that would work the best. And
Right. So high fiber, low fat, basically whole food, plant-based diet. And over the course of this book, you kind of go through a whole battery of different maladies that I think are really affecting so many people right now. I mean, breast cancer is like 1 out of 8 women, something like that. Like prostate cancer is 1 out of every 9 men. Infertility rates are insanely high right now. There's lots of opinions about what's contributing to that beyond hormonal health. Weight gain, thyroid, moods, hot flashes, endometriosis, which you mentioned, menopause, acne, fibroids, like the whole thing, right? So you make this decision to divide this book up into basically a couple different categories. The first is related to sex hormones and fertility and ovulation. The next relates to metabolism and mood. So why don't we just go through it? I mean, we're talking a little bit about sex hormones right now. But this fertility thing is super interesting. I mean, I'm sure you know, tons of couples that are having trouble conceiving. And IVF and the like are things that you're just hearing about more and more and more.
All the time. And I think there are a variety of contributors, and some may have nothing to do with diet, that's possible, or they may have to do with chemicals you're being exposed to without being aware of it. But diet is a big part of it. One of the obvious things is that people are gaining more weight than they used to, and they're gaining weight earlier. You see a lot of kids where childhood obesity has become a thing. And if you look at at what weight is your fertility the best, it's actually not when you're a little bit overweight. A person might think, wow, if I'm overweight, that's going to be helpful in some way. When fertility for women is at its highest, it's on sort of the thin side of normal. You don't want to be overly thin. That's not good, but you definitely don't want to be overweight. Fertility is important. And why would that be? Because fat cells are not just little lifeless bags of calories. They are hormone factories. And this is also true in men. If you go to the beach, you see overweight men with their shirts off, and they've got some breast development. And that is because as they gain weight, their own body fat is making estrogens, causing breast tissue formation. So in a woman, you need a certain amount of estrogen. You don't need a huge boatload because that'll interfere with fertility. And then there's a dairy connection, which completely blew me away. The dairy in this case, it's not there are hormones in dairy. As you know, there are estrogens in dairy, and that's probably part of it. But the sugar in dairy products, lactose, breaks down in your body to release galactose. It's a breakdown product, and that's toxic to the ovaries. It's linked to ovarian cancer. It's linked to infertility. And the most amazing thing, if you look at countries that have the least dairy intake, they tend to have a pretty good preservation of their fertility in a woman who's from her late 20s to her late 30s. She's going to tend to maintain her fertility. If you go to a place like the United States, where people consume a lot of dairy, there's this enormous drop in fertility between the late 20s and the late 30s. And it goes right along with galactose intake. So my point is, dairy doesn't do the body good.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. So in terms of addressing that, you have dietary protocols, but there's also life studies like, look, you got to exercise, you got to lose a certain amount of weight. There's a whole section on chemicals, which I want to get into as well, because I think that's a big part of this that people don't talk a lot about. But what was amazing is the reversals that you're seeing. I mean, this book is filled with all these anecdotes of, patients that you've treated where the turnaround times are really quite rapid.
Yes, they are. In the menstrual pain study that I described briefly, where the women, their pain improved, that was in the second cycle, 8 weeks time. Will you get better if you're 12 weeks? Sure. 16 weeks? Yeah, absolutely. But the changes are quicker. And one of the stories, true story, that I have really been struck by was that of a woman named Catherine Lawrence, who was in the Air Force, went to Iraq in 2003. She designed military bases. And when she got back home, her friends said, Catherine, what all did you miss when you were over in Iraq? Which foods did you miss? And she missed cheese. So she had a friend who gave her, I'm not making this up, 48 boxes, those little blue boxes of macaroni and cheese. For 48 days straight, she ate mac and cheese dinner that her friend gave her. So anyway, she gained weight, and she started to get pain in her abdomen. And it got worse and worse, and it worsened with her cycle in particular. And so eventually her doctor did a laparoscopy, where you look into the abdomen with a little scope. And he gave her a diagnosis. The diagnosis is endometriosis. That's where the lining of the uterus is shedding cells that travel up and implant all around the abdomen. And they cause pain because they swell with your cycle, but they also will strangle the fallopian tubes, causing infertility. Anyhow, a lot of women will have a trace of this. For some women, it is miserable. I'm talking about fistfuls of ibuprofen don't get you through the day.
And hysterectomy is basically the protocol.
That's
often, right?
That's what was recommended to her. And if painkillers and hormonal treatments don't work, that's kind of your option. And in fact, she scheduled her hysterectomy. However, before she could have it, a friend of hers said, Catherine, let's try a diet change. Maybe this will help you. Well, she went low-fat vegan. That was basically it, and started almost immediately to get better. Like you were saying, Rich, that it wasn't a long time. And week by week, she was feeling better and better and better. She went back and had another laparoscopy. So the doctor looked around in her abdomen and then sewed her up. And the doctor went out to the waiting room to find her husband and said, this is really amazing. The doctor said, her endometriosis has effectively disappeared. And her husband said, I'm not surprised. She went vegan, completely changed her diet, and she's been feeling better and better and better. And the doctor said, no.
Can't be that.
It can't be that. The diet doesn't cause any.
If something was wrong with you, it would definitely be because of the vegan diet, but if something's good, it can't be that.
The doctor said there's only one explanation for this. This must be a miracle. So the doctor, I think, wrote miracle in her chart. And she doesn't have endometriosis anymore. It went away. She never had the hysterectomy. She has 3 children now. And in fact, she joined the Physicians Committee's Food for Life group. And Catherine Lawrence lives in Dallas and now teaches other women how to take back their health. Now, let me be clear. I do want to say a word for not everybody necessarily gets better. They're all kinds. Life is not fair. And there's some people who may have endometriosis or cramps or fertility issues or whatever, where a diet change only does so much good or maybe not at all. Those people should not feel ashamed.
They're not doing it right or something.
Our bodies are fragile. Things go wrong with it all the time. Just like your car, it's not going to last forever for any of us. But we've got some tools that are so cool. And my message, and the message of Your Body in Balance, is let's use foods to get you into balance, not a pill, not something else. Let's use diet and lifestyle.
I was just speaking with somebody the other day, a woman who is struggling to lose weight, and she feels like she's doing everything right. And she was telling me how she was going to go get a hormone panel done to try to figure out if there was something else that she wasn't seeing or wasn't being addressed. So talk to me about the implications of your hormones being out of whack, hormone haywire, as you call it,
Right.
on weight gain and the inability to shed pounds.
We've done a number of research studies where we've compared various kinds of diets. And the one that seems to cause the most consistent weight loss is one that has really two characteristics. One is it avoids the animal products. But the other thing is we do have to keep oils really low. And that's an important message because many people will look at what I'm going to call good fats, like avocados and nuts and things, and they are good fats. But if a person is struggling with their weight, those foods happen to be really calorie dense, and it's super easy for your body to absorb it. Some people can eat those foods with no difficulty at all, but some others, they'll just find that their weight loss starts when those foods are really minimized too. Another piece of this, though, there's some folks who, they go to the doctor, say, I really had this unexplained weight gain, or I just can't lose it. And my energy is not hot, not really very hot. And my hair is changed. There's something wrong with how I feel. The doctor says, I think we need to do a blood test. And the doctor comes out with a diagnosis of hypothyroidism. And your thyroid is at the base of your neck, and your thyroid regulates your metabolism. If your body needs more energy, your thyroid's the one that's going to give it to you. And if your thyroid is not behaving, you just don't have energy. You can't. Your metabolism is stuck in first gear, and 99 times out of 100, you get a prescription for thyroid hormone. And what I'm going to say is that we know a lot now about what actually is causing it, and it's not a deficiency of that prescription.
So what is causing it?
If you look around the world, the biggest reason is a lack of iodine. And in America, it's a little bit different, but just looking worldwide, it's a lack of iodine. And iodine is in the ocean, and seaweed has lots of iodine in it. And so if you're eating your seaweed salad, or you're having your vegan sushi, that nori around it, or the wakame in your miso soup, you're getting all the iodine you could ever want. In the 1920s, there was a lot of hypothyroidism in the United States that was solved by iodized salt. The Morton Salt Company said, let's put iodine in it, and that kind of wiped it out for the United States. However, it didn't eliminate hypothyroidism from other causes, and the biggest cause now is actually an autoimmune reaction, where your body thinks there's some invader, and you're like a bacterium or a virus. And so your body is making antibodies to destroy whatever that invader is. Your body will make antibodies if a virus comes in and you knock them out. But in this case, there isn't a virus. And there isn't a bacterium. There's something that got in your body that you're reacting to. And those antibodies then go to the thyroid and attack your own thyroid gland. It's the same as in rheumatoid arthritis. You're making antibodies to something, and those antibodies destroy the synovial lining of your joint. And these autoimmune reactions, there are many, many of them. They can affect your skin, all kinds of stuff. So we started to discover that there were people whose thyroids were clearly off. I mean, they were hypothyroid. They then make a diet change, and they're leaving certain things out, and their thyroid condition goes away. Now, this is a completely new frontier. I have to tell you, about a year before I wrote this book, I would not have said that this is possible, except that I've now met so many of these people. And here's what we believe is happening. What we believe is happening is that the dairy proteins and other proteins are regarded by the body as foreign. They are foreign. And so your immune system recognizes them as foreign, develops antibodies against them, and those antibodies end up attacking you. It's the same process in type 1 diabetes. Little kid, 8-year-old kid, is fed cow's milk. Not mother's breast milk from a cow. Body says, wait a minute, that's foreign, I need to attack it. Makes antibodies to attack those foreign proteins. Those same antibodies then destroy his own insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. We need more research on that, but there's a lot of evidence that that's in fact the case. Kids who don't consume cow's milk have a lot less risk of type 1 diabetes. So in the case of the thyroid, these antibodies do two things. They can turn it off, hypothyroidism. In some cases, they turn it on too much, hyperthyroidism. So what I think we need to do is a lot more research studies now, where we go into endocrine offices, and instead of handing out prescriptions left and right, we take 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, and just see to what extent getting that junk out of the diet can cool down this autoimmune reaction.
Yeah, it's interesting that there isn't more research on this. I mean, you open the book by saying, these are very recent findings. A lot more work has to be done. Like it's not a disclaimer, but you're saying like, look, we're learning as we go here, and this is kind of a new frontier. But it seems like this would be something. I mean, hypothyroidism is something that afflicts a lot of people.
All these things are, and in certain areas that we've talked about, we have plenty of information. Diet and breast cancer, I would view now that it's a slam dunk, that a woman diagnosed with breast cancer would do very well to follow a completely healthy plant-based diet, and frankly, before the diagnosis ever occurs, we should use that kind of diet to prevent it. With regard to the menstrual pain that I described, we have done a very careful randomized clinical trial that shows the diet works. So I don't think anybody's going to say that that's not true, but some of these areas like thyroid and also mood, how foods affect. Everybody knows that hormones can affect your mood and how those moody days of the month and all that kind of stuff. We did a research study at Geico, the car insurance company, because their headquarters.
Yeah, they're in D.C., right, or Virginia?
They're in D.C.
Near you.
They're about 3 blocks from my office. And so years ago, we decided to do a study together where anybody at Geico who wanted to do a vegan diet to lose weight or to improve diabetes, we'd help them do it. And in the course of it, it was an 18-week study, and people, just what you expect happened. I mean, they lost weight, their diabetes got better. But along the way, we asked everybody to fill out just questionnaires on how they felt. They didn't know what we were looking at. But what we were looking at was mood, depression, and anxiety. And both of those seemed to remit to quite a substantial degree. They weren't brought in for that reason. These were just people who wanted to do better. Now, part of that could be that I'm losing weight, my diabetes is in better control, I feel better. It's true. The other thing, though, is that diet affects your gut, your microbiome. And if I repopulate your intestinal tract with friendly bacteria, those bacteria are no longer making nasty stuff that kind of affect the brain.
Yeah, well, the nexus between the microbiome and the brain is and that seems to be, on the vanguard of emerging science. And it's pretty cool to see what's coming out from people that are looking at that.
I hope that we look into it much, much more. There have been some very good researchers who have put this to the test, independent from what we have done, bringing in people and tracking their mood and changing their diets in a variety of ways. And I have to say, here again, I think we need more research, but what we have seen is quite consistent evidence that people on plant-based diets do feel better, specifically with regard to reductions in anxiety and reductions in depression. We also found reduced absenteeism, but the ketogenic diet seems to have the reverse effect, where people seem to feel worse. Now, they're glad if they're losing weight or something like that, but it's not a diet to get the brain back into better function.
One of the things that you go into in detail, in addition to increasing your fiber in your diet and reducing the fat, you get real specific on the oil thing. We're in a moment right now where there's a lot of confusion about oils and healthy fats, and this is a healthy oil, as if we're suffering from an olive oil deficiency or something like that. Widespread acceptance of this notion that coconut oil is a health food. So talk a little bit about that, and also this part where you discuss omega-3s is problematic, which I thought was interesting, and I hadn't seen anybody kind of talk about that in that way. Because we all think about omega-3s as the healthy fat that we're, if anything, that's the one we're trying to get more of.
Well, they are. You need, the body has a need for 2 fats. One is alpha-linolenic acid, and that's an omega-3. The other is linoleic acid, and that's frankly everywhere, so you're not going to get low on that. But alpha-linolenic acid is in lots of seeds and plants of various kinds, and your body lengthens it into the other omega-3s that you need, like DHA for the brain. And so some people would say, well, you know, that lengthening process is pretty slow, and so maybe I should take fish, because the fish have the preformed DHA in them. And they've been trying to sell this for all kinds of stuff, and frankly, it hasn't turned out very well for the fish oil salespeople, because DHA supplements don't really seem to reduce heart risk, and at least so far they haven't been very effective against Alzheimer's and whatnot. However, researchers have discovered something really kind of frightening, which is that if you have too much DHA in your blood, or if you're supplementing, for men, prostate cancer risk goes way up. And at first this seemed like a fluke, because funny things can happen in studies that we don't expect. But it has shown up consistently enough that the researchers now believe it's real. But we don't know why. I can't explain it. But the bottom line is, if a person is supplementing DHA, we suspect that, at least for men, that their cancer risk is going to be higher. And they might say, okay, would I rather get cancer or would I rather get Alzheimer's? And honestly, I don't know the answer to that question yet. But I think nobody can fault you for saying, all right, the healthy omega-3s, they're in plants. If I consume those, and I don't consume a lot of competing oils.
The sixes.
Yeah, potato chips. Anything that's got cooking oil soaked into it, those things compete with your natural omega-3s for the enzymes that lengthen them. So you don't want to have a lot of other oil. And in fact, if you use no oil at all in your body, no added oil, there's still natural traces of oil, even in green vegetables, that are proportionally very high in omega-3. So if you're eating lots of greens, you don't think of that as being an oil source, but it's a source of the natural oils your body thought we were going to have.
Right, so then as a takeaway, no supplementation of omega-3 or an algae-based one, or do we not need to do that?
If a person does supplement DHA, and the case can be made for supplementing it, and some have made the case, and the case is this, that if you look at people whose blood tests show they're low in DHA, they're at higher risk for Alzheimer's than other people. So some people would say, you could get tested. You can call up laboratories and send them a drop of blood. If you in fact just Google DHA testing, they'll send you a test kit and you put a drop of blood on it and they'll tell you if you're low or high. If you decide to supplement DHA, I would definitely do it with a vegan source. If you go online, there is vegan DHA that's as good or better than the fish ones, and it doesn't make you smell like a fish market. But whether it's going to help or not is something that future research is going to have to show. That we don't know yet.
All right. Let's talk about testosterone. I'm 53 now, and in my peer group, I've got lots of buddies who are either taking exogenous testosterone or considering it, and this is like a thing, right? So walk me through what's going on with men's hormonal health in the sexual context.
Yeah, well, a lot of things are going on. The first issue is not even testosterone. It's that men are exposed to estrogens a lot. The guy goes to the fertility clinic. We're having trouble. Could you evaluate me too? And if you check his sperm count, if he's a big cheese eater, he'll tend to have lower sperm counts than his friend who doesn't eat any cheese. And what's that about? It's not that he's low in testosterone. He might think that's it. It's not. It's because the cheese has estrogens that came from the pregnant cow. And at least that's what we believe is going on, because you see reduced sperm count, poorer morphology, which is the shape of it, and poorer motility. The sperm just don't go where they're supposed to.
Swim very fast. They don't swim in a consistent direction.
They're having trouble getting organized. And it just starts with a relatively small amount of cheese, just a serving or two of regular high-fat cheeses per day will do that. And so some guys will say, well, it's got to be soy. That soy gave you the man boobs. And soy gets a completely not guilty verdict on this, as I'm sure you know. That, first of all, women who consume soy have about 30% lower risk of developing breast cancer than women who don't have soy. And women who have had breast cancer, who consume a lot of tofu and tempeh and miso and whatnot, they have about a 30% reduction in their likelihood of dying of their cancer. So soy is a cancer preventer. It does not cause man boobs. And if anything, soy is sort of a brake on estrogenic function. Soy has isoflavones that attach to estrogen receptors. But just like your car has a gas pedal and a brake pedal, soy, although it will attach to the estrogen receptors, it's not stepping on the gas. It seems to be stepping on the brake. So what about testosterone? I honestly don't know what to make of this yet. And science is marching forward because a lot of guys are taking testosterone, and you'll see commercials. Do you have low T? Could this be why your investments aren't rising? Could this be why you're having a bad hair day? All this. I mean, I'm kidding, but it's about like that. Like if you just take more testosterone, everything's going to do better. And what we've been worried about is, are we going to be fueling prostate cancer by injecting or by having guys take testosterone? And I don't know yet whether that's true or not. I would say this, that in theory, a high-fiber diet, you would think it would reduce testosterone levels because your body filters out extra testosterone, sends it down the intestinal tract, fibers should carry it away. Except for the fact that when you look at guys on healthy high-fiber diets, their testosterone levels are high. Stay tuned, we're going to sort this out at some point.
We know that erectile dysfunction is an early arbiter of atherosclerosis, but let's, for the sake of conversation, assume there's an individual, their heart is perfectly healthy, they don't have any arterial damage, but they're experiencing erectile dysfunction, or they have low libido. What is the hormonal interplay there, and what have you learned about that?
Yeah, well, testosterone does play a role, that's for sure. But to tell you the truth, it really is cardiovascular disease in the vast majority of cases. The guy goes to the doctor and says, "Doc, I can't raise the flag," and people have wonderful, wonderful euphemisms for all this. There's something wrong with my nature. And the doctor can give out a Viagra prescription, but that is a complete mistake if the doctor doesn't also give him a description of what's going on in his body, which is that atherosclerosis affects all the major arteries of the body. And the arteries that go to a man's private parts just happen to be smaller, narrower than the ones that go to the coronary arteries that go to the heart muscle, or the carotids that go to the brain. So people will correctly describe erectile dysfunction as the canary in the coal mine. It's a sign that something is wrong. And so if a man in mid-50s starts developing erectile dysfunction, this is not performance anxiety. And it's probably not a hormonal issue. It's probably the beginnings of atherosclerosis in that area, and it means he's got it in his heart too, and he's got it in his carotids going to his brain. And so that is a man who needs to read Caldwell Esselstyn's book or Dean Ornish's book and reverse that. And in our research studies where we put people on vegan diets for diabetes or whatever, and then start raising their flags at home. But,
hopefully not out in public.
Yes. The point being that when you reverse arterial disease, erectile dysfunction gets better too.
One of the things that you talk about in the book that I had never heard before was that lower back pain is indicia of arteriosclerosis, and that freaked me out because I got a little bit lower back pain.
Well, there's lots of reasons to have lower back pain, and you're entitled because you're an athlete.
It's not that.
Well, you have punished your body more than just about anybody else, but as you know, you break it down and build it right back up. But yeah, it started out with smoking. That researchers looked at smokers, and they have more back pain than non-smokers. You think, wait a minute, cigarettes are not heavy. What the heck could this be?
And because it just makes them lazy and they're sitting around all day.
What it is, researchers did autopsy studies on people who had lower back pain in life. And after they died of an accident or whatever, they looked into their lower back, and what they found was amazing. The aorta comes off your heart, and it rises up, and then it does a U-turn, goes right down your back, right in front of your spine. And your aorta gives out a blood supply to your spine. The lumbar arteries feed every lumbar vertebra. The very first place where atherosclerotic changes occur is in that lumbar aorta. And by around age 18 or 20, a lot of people have completely paved over one of their lumbar arteries. It's just gone. So smoking encourages atherosclerotic changes. So does meat eating. And so if you don't get blood supply to the lower back, then the discs that are the leathery cushions between the vertebrae, they are in a precarious position. They get fragile. And just like a pillow, the inside smushes out because it's now fragile. It's like a rupturing pillow, and then that the contents of the disc push against nerves and give you pain. So my point is, if we don't smoke and eat a healthy, heart-healthy diet, it can reduce the risk of lower back pain.
Yeah, it's amazing because you hear about, oh, I have a ruptured disc or my disc ruptured. And I always thought, well, that's because of your posture or the way you're sitting or some kind of muscular atrophy or imbalance in your body.
I mean, it can also be sitting in your Rambler at a stoplight and a semi-tractor trailer runs into you.
Right.
I mean, all these things can happen, but your ability to heal is impaired if you don't get blood and oxygen and nutrients into your tissues, and you need a good blood supply to carry toxins out.
Right.
So, yeah.
Let's talk about skin and hair. I know, I've heard many anecdotal stories over the years. When I got rid of dairy, my skin cleared up, which seems to make common sense because you're removing a product from your diet that is infused with natural hormones and probably artificial ones as well. But talk to me about the hormonal systems that contribute to the health of those two things.
When Japan, back in the 1960s, 70s, Japan had a diet based on rice. And if meat was used at all, it was not in these big hunks. It was little bits that were used just to flavor the rice or flavor their noodles. And then when McDonald's arrived and the other fast food chains arrived and meaty business lunches became the order of the day, the rice content of the diet diminished and it gave way to meat and to cheese. And researchers started to notice a bunch of things. There was more breast cancer, more diabetes, more weight problems, but also dermatologists started to report that there was more hair loss. And wait a minute, what is all this about? And we still don't know all the details on it, but it looks like it might be aggravating the age-associated hair loss. Hormonal changes from diet are aggravating age-related hair loss. Is that true? Who knows? My mother used to always say, Neil, out of my 4 boys, you're the only one who kept his hair. And I said, that's because you're a vegetarian.
All your brothers are bald?
If they're listening, they have a very...
Don't worry, they're not listening.
They might be. I kept my hair longer than they did, and I still got a fair amount of it.
It's looking pretty thick. Every time I see you, you get younger, so whatever you're doing.
I'll keep saying that, Rich. Anyway, who knows?
Yeah.
But the skin is strongly affected by what you eat. The hormonal changes with hair loss could be part of it, but then with regard to the skin itself, I think it could be something different. I think it could be not so much estrogens and testosterone. I'm guessing it could be more inflammatory conditions. That if you look at acne, it's just little inflammations all up and down. And a number of people have found that when they follow a healthy plant-based diet, it goes away. Now, I want to stay tuned on this because I will see some people where they go on a vegan diet, and especially getting away from dairy, their skin just clears up miraculously. I've seen some other people who say they feel that for them, it's salt or it's oils or other things. So I think it's good to be open to different things contributing to these, but it's quite clear that it's a response to something in the diet for many people.
The case study that you use in the book is Nina and Randa.
Yeah.
They wrote their own book.
They did.
Basically, teenage girls, mutual friends of ours. And the acne that they had was pretty severe, right? And the reversal was profound.
They were miserable with it. And I mean, any kid is self-conscious, but they were also performers, musicians. And they thought, we're not going to have a good stage presence. But for them, it was the answer was vegan and low-fat. So they scrupulously got rid of the fats, and that seemed to help them enormously. So what can you say? I encourage people to just put it to work and try it out. Because when you look at cultures that have not westernized, there are very few left, but they did not seem to have much acne until the cheeseburgers and that kind of stuff comes out. Yeah.
One of the things that I've been struggling with lately is sleep. Like, I've been traveling a lot. I'm waking up in different places all the time. I'm on the move. And my sleep, despite best efforts and this crazy routine that I have to ensure a restful night, is becoming more and more elusive. And I know that it has to be related to my hormonal health or something being out of whack. So what have you learned about not only the importance of sleep, but how lifestyle and diet impact sleep and what's going on kind of hormonally with that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of things going on. Let me maybe start, and I'm not going to talk about you, I'm going to talk about other folks, because some of this won't apply to you. First of all, people are having all kinds of trouble sleeping. You are not alone. But for anybody else, I'm going to say, number one, start with caffeine and look at that, because even if all you have is a cup of coffee in the morning, different people eliminate caffeine at different rates. And for a lot of people, about a quarter of that cup of coffee is still circulating in your brain. And even else, people
lifestyle and diet impact sleep and what's going on kind of hormonally with that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things going on. Let me maybe start, and I'm not going to talk about you, I'm going to talk about other folks, because some of this won't apply to you. First of all, people are having all kinds of trouble sleeping. You are not alone. But for anybody else, I'm going to say, number one, start with caffeine and look at that, because even if all you have is a cup of coffee in the morning, different people eliminate caffeine at different rates. And for a lot of people, about a quarter of that cup of coffee is still circulating in your brain at 9 o'clock at night. And so it doesn't mean you can't sleep, but what it means is your sleep will be lighter and it'll be more easily disrupted. And then number two is alcohol. A lot of people will unwind with a glass of wine, and that will make them fall asleep. But in the middle of the night, your liver transforms alcohol into something else called an aldehyde, acetaldehyde. And it's a stimulant. And so 4 o'clock in the morning, you'll wake up, and it's kind of driving the brain, and it's a certain kind of awaking. It's not that beautiful, isn't the early morning hours, isn't this wonderful? It's this kind of creepy feeling of having poison in your system. And the more a person drinks, the more this happens. So those are just things I would recommend to anybody else to think about. But physical activity is really important. None of this relates to you, Rich, because you're very physical.
Yeah, the caffeine does. I drink caffeine in the morning. I have a cup of coffee right here, because now I'm in that thing where it's like I didn't sleep well last night.
So now you need to prop it up.
Neil's coming. I got to be on my game.
Thank you. That's so nice. Physical activity is important. I mean, there are some people where all day long, all they do is this. They're working their thumbs on their handheld, and they get no exercise. They're reading a book, and then they close it and try to sleep. If your muscles are tired, they demand sleep. Sleep is not just for your brain, it's for your muscles to allow you to stop moving. You're supposed to just be turned off and let's repair. So if a person has not had physical activity, I encourage them to do some squats, some push-ups, something to just strain your muscles a little bit before you go to sleep, and they'll find it helps. The next thing, and this will sound completely cuckoo, but bear with me. If you look at your dog or your cat, it's getting toward evening, and they stretch out their leg, and they do a big yawn, and then they curl up and they go to sleep. And you look at your child, does this exactly the same thing. They go through all this thing, they're stretching, yawning. They do this kind of preparatory thing for going to sleep. I don't know why it works, but as adults, what do? We're watching TV, we click it off, and we put our head down, and we don't go through that. So when nobody is watching, if you're having trouble sleeping, when nobody is watching, do this a half hour before your sleep time. Stretch out your arms in a huge stretch and open your mouth and make a big yawn. It'll be totally fake, it won't be real, but you're just doing it, going through the motions. Do that 4 times and it will become real. And you will notice that for some reason it turned on the sleep mechanism. But now, I know that sounds cuckoo, but try it, you'll see. And the last thing, let's talk about neurohormones in the brain, neurotransmitters. One of these is called serotonin. And serotonin is involved in mood, it's involved in sleep. If a person eats a lot of protein of any source, it prevents serotonin from getting to work. And so you'll find that you have more trouble sleeping. And this is why people discovered on their own that if they're having a kind of a carb-heavy meal at dinner, they sleep better. So if I have pasta and I have rice, but I'm not having super high protein things, I sleep better. And the reason is that a high carbohydrate diet allows serotonin to become active in the brain and induce sleep.
Yeah, it induces that food coma, basically. Kinda.
Yes. Well,
Part of it is all the blood going to your digestive system, is it not? And then
partly.
Yeah.
But you know, some of the food coma is a different thing. When people talk about, say, the post-Thanksgiving dinner food coma, that is not from the tryptophan and the turkey creating serotonin. That's because they ate all that grease. It got into their blood, and their blood is now so viscous their brain can barely be oxygenated. That's really that kind of food coma. But let's say you wake up in the middle of the night, it's 2 in the morning. Go to the fridge and just pull out some bread. And have a couple slices of just plain bread. Lie down, and the serotonin will just be formed, and you'll doze right back to sleep.
how dare you suggest we eat bread?
I think bread is it beats the heck out of sleeping pills.
Well, let's talk.
Any kind of carbohydrate will do the same thing.
Let's talk about grains. I mean, grains have been demonized. There's this, idea out there that we should be removing all grains from our diet and eating this low carb, protocol. So, what say you?
I say nonsense. First of all, if you look at the populations around the world that live the longest, the blue zones, where this comes from Dan Buettner's great work, where they marked in blue all the places on the map where people live a long time. Their dietary staples are never meat, not even fish. It's always some kind of grain product, legumes, and so forth. I'm talking about Okinawa, Costa Rica, Loma Linda, California, where there are lots of vegans. And then if you look even further back, we are not carnivores, we are great apes, along with chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, bonobos. They are not eating ice cream. They're not eating pork chops. They don't eat meat at all, with rare exceptions. They eat phenomenal amounts of fruit. That's their big thing, and they'll eat leaves and so forth. So we are designed, in my view, to be herbivores. Now, the fact that people can lose weight on a ketogenic diet is simply a sign that carbohydrates are a lot of what we eat. If you take all that away, you are going to lose weight. If you take away anything you eat, you're more likely to lose weight, but it's not a healthy way to do it.
We touched on mood a little bit ago, but I think it's worth diving a little bit deeper into depression because we are mired in a bit of a mental health crisis. Depression rates are through the roof, and there's lots of ideas around what's generating this, loss of connection, community, our addiction to our devices and our sedentary lifestyles, etc. But what does it look like from a hormonal perspective?
First of all, it should be said that while it's true that stresses can work on our brains, there's no question about it, and life is stressful for lots of people. But depression is not just something psychological, or my feelings were hurt, or I've had a loss and so I'm miserable. Depression can be just flat out physical. And we learned this decades ago with a drug called Reserpine. It's an antihypertensive drug to lower blood pressure. And people were put on this drug. Their blood pressure came down, but their moods would sometimes collapse. And what's that about? Well, it turns out that the compounds that affect blood pressure, like norepinephrine, for example, will also affect mood. And you take them away, it's just like letting the air out of your tires. So that led us to think, all right, if it's not just life events, but it also can have something to do with physical things, well, what am I dosing myself with more than anything else? That you're dosing yourself with foods. And one of the most shocking research studies came out of Scandinavia, where they looked at women who had postpartum psychosis. This is an off-the-scale, serious mental problem. The woman is given birth. 2 or 3 days later, she starts to become delusional. She's hallucinating. Her brain is just unplugged. Very, very serious condition. And the researchers discovered through blood tests that the women had what are called casomorphins in their blood. Casomorphins come from milk products. And we've identified them in cheese. If a woman eats cheese or milk, the casein protein breaks down to release these morphine-like compounds that then attach to the brain and can cause a variety of effects. In this case, it was the woman's own breast milk that they had given birth. Their body started making breast milk, and some of it was leaking into their blood, breaking down to release casomorphins that were poisoning their brains and causing them to be wildly psychotic. So the take-home message here is not don't give birth.
Right.
The message here is that casomorphins are serious business. So I just described a really off-the-scale, bizarre situation. What about the person who's just dosing themselves with these things a little bit every day, 2 or 3 dairy servings? There are some casomorphins in milk. When milk is turned into cheese, there's a lot more of them. And if you look at the rise in cheese consumption over decades, there's the rise in obesity and the rise in mental health issues and all kinds of other things. I'm not saying there aren't other contributors. There are. But I have been struck by the fact that people are eating foods that, frankly, cheese is loaded with saturated fat, so it slows you down. It's going to interfere with your athletic ability because your muscles just can't oxygenate if you've got Vaseline in your blood. But the chemicals in it can affect the brain directly.
Have there been studies that have directly looked at the implications of certain types of foods on levels of depression?
Yes, there have been, not enough, but there have been studies that started out as observational studies, looking at, kind of like our Geico trial, where we brought in people for other reasons and just noticed their moods get better. Researchers have brought in people specifically looking at their mood and found that if you compare a person on a vegan diet, a person on a pescatarian diet, a person on a meat-based diet, the vegans tend to have lower levels of depression and lower levels of anxiety. There's still all kinds of reasons to be miserable, particularly if you're vegan. Every 5 seconds, someone is going to say, "Where do you get your protein?" You're going to get tired of that, and so there are reasons why vegans
make you depressed.
We labor with these things, but the vegans tend to do better. And then researchers have done it as randomized clinical trials. Not big enough, not long enough, in my view. But what they have found is that when you start a person who is not on a plant-based diet on a plant-based diet, and you don't tell them what you're looking at, but you track mood, it tends to improve, and can improve rather rapidly.
There are a lot of people, myself included, who are running and gunning all the time, feel like it's indulgent to take a minute for yourself. And this results in kind of a persistent state of chronic exhaustion that we kind of colloquially call adrenal fatigue. But what is adrenal fatigue? Like, what do the adrenals do? What is adrenal fatigue? And how can we address that or sidestep that?
Well, the adrenals they get their name because they're adrenal. Your renal is your kidney, and adrenal means they're on top of it. So they make a variety of hormones that affect, they make sex hormones, and they make other compounds that regulate your body chemistry. And the theory is that you're under stress, and so your adrenals are running out of gas, just trying to keep up with you, and that eventually they just collapse from what you're doing. And so the answer is to win the lottery, quit your job, move to Bali, and everything's going to be great. Maybe. The next best thing is to eat in as healthful way as we can. I do think that food is also not all there is to it. I think we do need to sleep. We do need to get some exercise, but then give our bodies a chance to just recoup. We do need a certain amount of fun in life. I say this as a person who's abysmal at practicing these things only because I face the same challenges you do. But I do have some rules that I live by, and one is always vegan, keep it low fat, and no matter where I am or what I'm doing, when the clock strikes 10, I go to sleep.
Yeah. You can hold yourself to that?
It's a really hard thing to do, but I'll get up early if I need to. It just really helps. Because what you discover is if you're up till 11:30 and it's 12 and it's 12:15, you will discover, if you track, the next day you are not on your game as well as if you've gotten to sleep.
Yeah. I found as I age that I'm a little less resilient. I'm very much a creature of my habits and my routines, and when I'm at home and I can control my environment a little bit better, that I do really well. And it used to be, if I go out of town and I'm kind of thrown off my thing, like I could roll with it. But I'm finding that I'm becoming less and less able to do that. Like I have to be much more conscientious about these things and create healthy boundaries when I'm on the road, when I'm in circumstances where I don't have as much maintenance.
Yeah, and you're not alone in that. Although I have to say, if you look at kids sometimes are challenging. You put them in a different time zone, they're just comatose. They can't deal with it at all.
But they'll have like sleepover parties and stay up all night, and they'll be kind of fine. Like they get over it quick.
So anyway, I think it's important to respect these dynamic variations that we.
Yeah, other than making sure you're in bed by 10, what are some of your other habits and routines?
Well, that's it. I always have breakfast. I always cook myself breakfast. And one other little trick that I might mention. For some people, even though fruit and other carbohydrate-rich foods I think are perfectly fine for health, for some folks I find that there's a mood-boosting effect to having specifically some plant protein early in the day and early in the meal. What I mean is this. Let's say my breakfast, I started off with some grilled tempeh or some tofu or something like that, and then follow that with some green vegetables or some oatmeal or whatever it might be. I find that I personally feel more balanced than if I didn't have that plant protein ahead of it. And people can try this and see if it works for them. And the opposite example is in France, where people start every day with just a pastry or something like that. And a really dysfunctional way of doing it is to do it with sausage or bacon, where it's protein, but it's a big mixture of protein and animal fat and cholesterol and galop that does more harm than good. But with plant protein, starting off earlier in the meal and earlier in the day, I find that my energy is better for the rest of the day. Not a lot, just a tiny little bit.
Right. I like that. I'm gonna try that.
Yes.
I mean, I found if I eat, I can't do some kind of very carbohydrate-rich meal early in the day. I feel like it takes a lot of energy for my body to digest that, and I just don't feel ready for that. But if I eat something that's higher in protein, it doesn't give me that heaviness, and I feel more energetic more quickly.
Yeah, you know, my go-to breakfast. It sounds crazy if I'm on somebody's program other than yours, Rich, and they ask me what did you have for breakfast, I have to sort of make it up. Blueberry pancakes, something that sounds normal, but the truth is, I'll start off with some grilled tofu or tempeh, and then I'll have broccoli or Brussels sprouts, and I load them up with Bragg's or vinegar or something like that, and then I'll have a papaya. Which growing up in North Dakota, I never had papayas, and so I'm making up for lost time now. And the papaya is very high in carbohydrate, the tempeh is very high in plant protein, and the green vegetables are kind of in between there.
Right.
And I do that every single day.
That's so exotic. I like it.
It sounds goofy, but I find it works for me.
Let's talk about the chemicals section in this book. I thought this was super interesting. Some of it, kind of conventional, not conventional wisdom, just sort of widely accepted common sense. But some of them are a little bit, kind of askance in that I wasn't super familiar with them. So it starts off with you talking about the perils of BPA. We all know, like all the plastic that proliferates in daily lives. So talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it started out with Progresso soup. You know, Progresso is good soup. You know, it sounds really Italian. It's got to be a notch better than the other soups in this soup. The cans are even bigger. So Progresso ought to be good. So researchers gave a can of Progresso soup to some research volunteers, and they had them eat it every day. And they found BPA in their blood, in their urine, at 10 times the normal level. Well, BPA is, as you said, it's a compound that's used in plastics, but it's also in the resin that lines the can.
The liner.
It's in the liner of the can. And separate researchers have said, if you look at men who consume a lot of it, they seem to have more sexual dysfunction, and the idea is it's probably an endocrine disruptor. So, Progresso has heard about this, and by the way, they're not alone. If you go to the health food store, you'll see cans marked BPA-free can, and all the others that don't say that probably have the BPA in them. But Progresso has issued a statement saying, okay, we'll transition toward the BPA-free cans. But that is I got to tell you one other thing. You go to the store and you buy your BPA-free can of green beans or soup, and you walk out holding the receipt that you had signed for your credit card. The thermal paper has BPA in it too, and it passes right through the skin. And so researchers have looked at people who are like a cashier, where every 5 seconds, they're handing another receipt to somebody else, and their BPA levels in their body will rise from that. So from now, I'm sure that everybody now is going to go to the store and they're going to freak out about a can that's not marked BPA free, and they will refuse to take their receipt from the cashier. They just throw that away. I don't want to touch it. By the way, it's not just receipts. It's ATM tickets.
Yeah, everything that's printed in that way, right?
That thermal, that kind of shiny thermal paper. That's BPA. But that's not all. Frankly, I'm just concerned about what people have talked about for years, which is just pesticides. Pesticides are used a lot, and you can see why. You go to the grocery store, and every orange is identical, and they look fabulous, and they're beautiful, and there's no insect damage to them because they've been treated by pesticides. I think it does pay to buy organic. I don't think it's even a question. Some people say, is it worth it to get organic? Wait a minute. Someone's going to give you this food that has chemicals in it and this food that doesn't. What's the choice?
Right. And the chemicals used are used specifically to kill things, kill life on the plant. And I think there's this idea that if you wash them, it's fine, but this seeps into the root systems and it's absorbed by the plant. It's inside the very plant itself.
Yes. Now, the Environmental Working Group has done a good job of saying, all right, which are the worst foods? And the list will change from year to year, but if you go to the Environmental Working Group's website, you'll see the latest list. But the rules of thumb are that if it's a fairly fragile plant, one where you could imagine the insect going to the spinach leaves and just tearing them up, as opposed to maybe a cantaloupe where they have more difficulty. The more fragile plants are the ones where you really want to get organic, because that's where the farmers are using pesticides to stop the ladybugs from going to them. And the other thing is, if it's a plant where you throw away the peel, it is true that in some cases it's inside the plant. In other cases, sometimes things are added, like waxes to kill fungi and things like that. Those are on the surface. And if it's a grape, you're eating that skin. If it's an orange, you're not. So you can use these kinds of decision makers. But if there's organic, always get that. And the extra value of organic products is, by law, organic things cannot be GMO. So you get organic tofu. It is not GMO. If you get chicken, that chicken has been eating GMO soy. That chicken has been fed all the life.
Yeah, and you can be GMO free and not organic.
Yes.
So it gets tricky, but I agree with you. I mean, if you want to learn more about that organic that list, you can go to ewg.org. I believe is the website. It's called the Dirty Dozen. Strawberries are always going to be at the top of the only buy organic list, whereas like an avocado is going to be something that's going to be a little bit more safe if it's conventionally grown.
Right, exactly. And by the way, if you cannot get organic, that does not mean you should not eat vegetables. If inorganic vegetables are the only ones you can get, if the asparagus there just happens not to be organic, it beats the heck out of Spam.
One of the things I have a hard time wrapping my head around is, and I've heard you talk about this, I've heard Dr. Michael Greger and Caldwell Elston talk about this, is the benefits of frozen fruits and vegetables, because they're frozen shortly after being picked, and somehow that locks in the nutrient value of them. But to me, it just seems like weird to buy frozen vegetables and fruit that are in plastic bags, as opposed to, I guess, if you can't get organic or I don't know if that's not available to you. But what are your thoughts on that?
I agree that getting if something is frozen shortly after harvest, that it may retain better nutrition compared to something that was picked a long time before you're going to use
long
it.
Distribution cycle before it ends up in your
It can be.
store.
Now some things aren't going to disappear. If you get some greens, and I don't care how old they are or whether they're frozen or not, the calcium in them is not going away. The iron in them is not going away. Those are elements, and they don't degrade. What does degrade is some of the antioxidants, like vitamin C. It's fragile, and it will degrade over time. The other thing is, for me, I'm at home for a day and a half, and then I'm gone again. So I find it handy to have frozen broccoli in the
You don't come home to the brown kale in your pantry.
I find it handy for that reason, and you can get frozen things that are organic, and so it works fine.
Talk to me about citric acid. This was news to me.
Yeah, this was news to me too. Citric acid is something that you would think, well, first of all, it's in everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's everywhere.
Well, it gives it a little tangy flavor, and you think that comes out of a lemon or something like that. What it does is it comes out of fungi in China. It's a genetically engineered product, and most of it comes from Chinese factories, and it's believed to be potentially toxic. Where we first started to notice this, I was doing some migraine studies. And this isn't funny, but it just blew me away. There were people in our studies who said, it's citric acid. I thought, no. They have a soda with citric acid. It triggers the migraine. I thought, that cannot be. Because we imagine it coming from Florida, it comes from a lime or something. It doesn't. It's this weird, the issue here is that there's citric acid in it, but it's contaminated with mushrooms that are used as part of the
genetic modification of it?
Yes, but part of the GMO production of it. And so the belief is that that's what you're reacting to. So then you decide, well, I don't know if it's healthy or not. I'm going to try to avoid it. And then you will be blown away by the fact it is in everything. So anyway, stay tuned. I think we're going to learn more about that.
Right. But walk me through, like, what does it do? Do we know what it's doing? I mean, what is the hormonal dysregulation that's being caused by ingesting this?
With regard to migraine, we don't know exactly. But migraines used to be thought to be related to the circulation of the brain will change rapidly, that the blood, this was completely naive, but the blood vessels tighten up and then they relax and you get this terrible headache. We now know that has nothing to do, or that's not the whole story, it's part of the story at all. We now believe it has to do with perhaps changes in the electrical function of the depolarization of the brain. And our question is whether citric acid is tinkering mechanism. Who knows? Stay tuned. But there's no need for it in the diet, just in the same ways there's no need for BPA in your soup. I think some of these chemicals will probably get a not guilty verdict. Others will be, but I think it's good to be on the side of caution. One other thing I think should be said: there are some people who are worried about chemicals so much that they think that if they just have a steak that doesn't have chemicals, or they have cheese that doesn't have some added chemical, that must be okay. Reality check. The animal products are bad for you whether they have added chemicals or not. And then the sprinkling of additional chemicals, that aggravates the problem.
Well, if they're feeding on GMO crops all day and feed that has been grown in fertilized soil, then even though they may not be injected with hormones, they're still a vehicle for that.
There's that, but yes, and I agree with you completely. But there's one other thing beyond that, and that's, think of this: a cow is a machine, a pig is a machine. If we start with, let's say we start with soybeans, and I can take those soybeans and I can grind them up and make soy milk, and I can drink that. And a person might say that's processed. You took the soybeans, you sent them to a factory, the factory ground them up and put them in a carton. I could take the same soybeans and I put them in a trough and I let a cow eat them. And the cow eats them and it goes down the cow's esophagus. It gets into the cow's intestinal tract, which processes it in its own way. And then it turns it into milk. And so milk ends up in the cow's udder. This is a machine producing this milky goo with estrogens added and cholesterol and fat and other things and lactose sugar. And then it comes out and then you eat that. My point is, we recognize a factory as a machine. The cow is a machine in her own right too, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to cows, but the most processed food of all is dairy and is meat. You take a chick or a chicken, and you feed the chicken grains and whatever, and then the chicken lays an egg, and whatever was in that grain ends up getting dramatically changed into feathers and beaks and a liver and all kinds of stuff. And then my point being that animals are factors.
No, I get it. And fish are a great example of how they can consolidate and condense the toxins that are in our ocean and then store them in their bodies and deliver them to human beings when they eat them in these toxic forms because they're so consolidated.
Dairy is the same way. The toxins tend to get into dairy, into milk. And the same thing tragically happens in a woman's body. If she's been eating lots of chemicals, it will end up in her breast milk. And her first child is going to get a big load of chemicals that she has stored up over the years.
Yeah. What was the most surprising thing that you discovered or learned writing this book?
How many people are struck by these problems and how quickly they get better. Lindsay Nixon, who maybe you know.
She did the recipes in the book.
She did the recipes in the book. And she's a genius in the kitchen. She does such a wonderful job. And working with Lindsay was just super. And she has books of her own that people should pick up. So anyhow, I called up Lindsay. I said, I want to work with you. Let's do some recipes. Great, great, great. So we did that. She said, by the way, I'm one of your women examples. I couldn't get out of bed. I had all kinds of menstrual symptoms, menstrual pain. When I went completely plant-based, totally vegan, I improved dramatically. And I am just hearing so many people who have had these issues, and then so many other people who have the same issues now but never tried to put it to work, to put a healthier diet to work. So my message is this. Whether a person tries Your Body in Balance, reads it and tries it, or they just decide in their own way to get the animals off their plate, to have as healthy a diet as possible, so many people find that for the first time in years they're going to feel good. But my goal is a little bit bigger than that. My goal is, if we don't do this, your kids are going to grow up thinking it's normal to gain weight, it's normal to feel rotten, it's normal to be on medication when you're 30, it's normal to be in poor health. And if I just give you a metformin prescription for your diabetes and a Synthroid prescription for your thyroid issues, I'm not helping anybody other than you. If we can change the way the family eats, we're affecting everybody together.
I think that's a good place to end it, but I do have one more question for you.
Okay.
What is the study that hasn't been done yet that you would like to see be done that could really help reveal certain truths that we're aiming at right now?
I think we need to do more cancer studies. And there was a real tragedy done a few years ago. This is really bad. The Women's Healthy Eating and Living Study brought in a group of women, more than 3,000 women who had breast cancer. And they randomly assigned them to two groups. One group got 5 a day vegetables and fruits. And that was supposed to be the normal group, no change, because everybody eats 5 vegetables and fruit a day. The control, or the experimental group was 8 a day, plus juices. And then as time went on, they found that when they looked at who lived and who died of their breast cancer, all the women had breast cancer to start with. And then some of them went 5 a day, some went 8 a day. And at the end of several years, they found that it didn't seem to matter a whole lot which group you were in. And the researchers said, well, I guess the diet change doesn't really help. I said, wait. You've got women who all have had breast cancer. They volunteered for a study where you told them we're testing what vegetables and fruits do, and they weren't eating 5 a day before, none of them were. And you're telling them to ramp up their vegetables and fruits, and you just go. I think it's reasonable to say that 5 or 8, who cares? But to add this to your diet is really important, and the study had a lot of benefits from both diet change and exercise, even in the control group that were good. But because, here's the tragedy, because the 8 a day group wasn't dramatically better than the 5 a day group in their survival, a lot of cancer researchers started thinking, let's forget it. Let's not look at food. Mm-hmm. Let's go back to drugs of various kinds. And the desire that women with breast cancer have, that men with prostate cancer have, that families have if somebody's attacked by one of these conditions, their desire to get healthy is so strong that we can put that to work. And rather than using people as recipients of prescriptions, even though we may need those sometimes, let's instead work with people as partners to help them to put the best fuel in their body and see if we can't get better. And I want to see an investment in that kind of research that is bigger than what we've had in the past.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming and talking to me.
Well, thank you, Rich, for all you do. I have to say, people listen to what you've said, and you'll never know how many people you inform and intrigue and inspire. On any given day, a doctor might see 20 patients, 22 patients, help some of them. And any given day, you see a whole lot more than that.
I don't see them.
You don't see them.
I guess they might be hearing it.
They see you.
Yeah.
You will never know how many people you have touched their lives, but it's huge, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate that. Well, you have the Exam Room podcast now, so you've dipped your toe into this world a little bit, right?
We're learning from your
Yeah.
example.
So check that out. The new book is called Your Body in Balance. It hits bookstores everywhere. February. Do you have a
February 4th.
February 4th. Please check it out. You can learn more about Neil and our previous 2 podcasts. I'll link those up in the show notes. Or you can go to PCRM. Right?
That's it.
All right. Thank you. Come back again.
Thank you, Rich. I really
All right.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Peace. Plants.
Thank you everyone for being here today to listen to me talk and all the other speakers, and also just for being here in solidarity for the vegan movement. It's so important that we stick together, that we help each other so that we can better help the animals. And today that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how to help animals. Through my own experience, I have learned a few things in interacting with people, in spreading this vegan message in ways that we can best convey what is happening and how people can take action. Before I get into that, I'd like to just tell you a little bit about my background and how I became to be a passionate vegan animal rights activist. So for me, it all started about 10 years ago when I was diagnosed with cancer. They gave me about 6 weeks to live if I didn't start treatment straight away. And this was the first time that I'd ever experienced what it was like to suffer. I'd never known suffering before. I was living the cushy life, just like most of us do. Always enough food in our stomach, always a nice place to sleep, always shelter, always water, cushy. And it was this experience of suffering, and not only that, but coming out of my suffering, that started inspiring me to help others. I put on 25 kilos while I had cancer and got all kinds of different sicknesses and that during that. So I was very blessed when a man who's a personal trainer helped me lose that 25 kilos and helped me get my health back. He helped me out of my suffering. This is one of the greatest gifts we can give someone. And this is what he'd done for me. I was so inspired by this that I wanted to help others as well. So I became a personal trainer too. Very passionate about helping others out of their suffering. Very passionate about helping people achieve more energy, better health, and all the things that come with it. And it was on this journey, 8 years as a personal trainer, that I started working on a cruise ship, and I met a man who was very wise, a very wise Indian fella, old man. Basically, he told me that eating animals is bad karma. And that's the first time I ever cared about it, when it was about me. I thought, what? This could be bad for me? Yeah, I know it's bad for animals, but this could be bad for me? Oh, okay, I'm gonna start thinking about this. I always believed there was no such thing as a healthy vegetarian. One of my personal training mentors told me that. He said, there's no such thing as a healthy vegetarian. I said, good. I don't want to be one. I don't want to have to look into it. Fantastic. When this man told me that eating animals is bad karma, I said, yeah, there's no such thing as a healthy vegetarian though. And he said, well, I've been vegetarian for 20 years. And I said, shit. All right. Well, in that case, maybe it is possible. Maybe you're a freak. But I'll look into it. I'll see what it's about. I look into it and I start learning how much healthier it is to cut animal products from your diet, reducing your chances of heart disease, cancers, obesity, osteoporosis, diabetes, so many diseases. We have right now an epidemic of illness and disease. We could have an epidemic of wellness and health. So much potential here. And I decided, okay, I'm going to try this for a week. I'll go vegetarian for 1 week, purely a selfish experiment to see how I feel, to see how much better I'm going to feel. 3 days in, instead of feeling like I couldn't get out of bed in the morning because I hadn't had any protein, I felt the opposite. I felt so much energy. I felt so strong. I felt like I needed to sleep less. I felt happier. I felt good. 3 days in. Before that, I was one of the biggest meat eaters you know. I was eating steak for breakfast. I was working on a cruise ship. It's buffets. I was taking advantage of that. I was piling my plate up with flesh of dead animals. And no wonder I felt better after 3 days. But it was a shock at the time because I never believed you could be healthy. So feeling good inspired me to look into it more. What's this? Why do I feel so great? There must be something to this. I look into it. I learn the health benefits, but I also see that so many people have another reason for becoming vegetarian. And that reason is because they don't want to contribute to harm to animals. Obviously, as we know in the vegan crowd, that's not quite the answer, but a lot of people don't understand that yet. They think vegetarian is the good answer here. That's what we do. That's how we live in alignment and we stop hurting animals. I'd never cared about animals before. I really didn't. I feel bad saying that now. But the reason why, and I realize now, is because I never understood who they were. I didn't understand that they were capable of caring about their own life. I didn't think they could. So I thought, why would I care about their life? If they can't even care about their own life, it made no sense. I'd seen footage of animals being slaughtered, and my reaction was, I'm not going to feel guilty about that. That's what we need to do to be healthy. Seeing everyone else's reasons for being vegetarian, I thought, okay, I'm going to check this out again. What's happening in the slaughterhouse? What's happening before these animals become this neatly wrapped package on the supermarket shelf? What happens? I see it again for the second time. This time, I had a new perspective because I knew now that we can live and thrive without consuming animal products. So seeing this torture, this mutilation, this murder of these innocent beings, it led me to the question, if we aren't eating animals for health, we don't need to kill and eat them to survive and be healthy, what are we doing this to them for? And I assumed there'd be a great answer. I thought there must be a good answer because everyone hates animal cruelty. Everyone loves animals, so surely there's a fantastic answer why we do this. And I looked and I looked and I looked, and I learned the best answers we've got, the best justifications we've got are taste, habit, tradition, and convenience. None of these reasons are a good enough justification to cause this unnecessary harm to animals. And I didn't care about animals, but I know injustice when I see it. I know unnecessary violence when I see it. I know oppression when I see it. And they are not the types of qualities I want to be. They are not the type of things living in alignment with the kind, peaceful, respectful person that I strive to be, and I always have. And I learned that. And I became vegetarian for a whole new reason. It was for animals. Soon later, I learned it's not just about flesh. It's about all the ways animals are being used in our society. All use is exploitation. All exploitation is a form of abuse, and all abuse is immoral. I learned it's about dairy, it's about eggs, it's about wool, silk, leather, products containing animal products, products that have been tested on animals, places that exploit animals for entertainment and for testing. It's about all the ways we use animals. This is when I learned about veganism. I heard a little bit about it before. My friend had gone vegan, who I didn't know very well, and someone came up to me one day and said, Grant has gone vegan. And I was like, what the hell is that? And he said, I don't really know, but he doesn't sit on leather couches. I was like, what? That is weird, man. He used to be normal in high school. Vegan. Always thought it was this extreme thing. Unnecessary. Why do we have to be vegan? Why? Because all the ways we use animals causes them harm. Because no living being deserves to be the slave or the property of someone else. I got to a point where that was the only thing that made sense. Since when was it extreme to not want to harm animals? When did that become extreme? What's extreme is saying we love animals and we're against animal cruelty while we pay people to mutilate and torture and slaughter animals for foods and products we don't need. That's extreme. I decided to take a 365-day vow of silence for animals. I thought it would be a great way to raise awareness for them, because you don't need to care about animals to be intrigued by some crazy Aussie guy not talking for an entire year and traveling around the country. I thought that will be intriguing to a wide range of people. This could be a good campaign to raise awareness for them. I had the idea after hours and hours of meditation, and that was kind of the problem, because after that many hours of meditation, all ideas seem awesome. And I was like, vow of silence for a year? That's a good one. I would never have thought of doing that and following through with it unless it came from that place. So that was my goal. That's what I did last year. I traveled around the country to raise awareness for animals and promote peace over violence, to promote the abolition of animal exploitation. Because nothing less, I believe, is good enough. We need to abolish this. This needs to end for them completely. I don't want to talk too much about that journey today, because probably half the people here have already heard me talk about it. And this is a vegan crowd. I'm assuming most people here are vegan. If not, cool. But you probably are. So what I want to talk to you about today is, how do we help animals? Now, first and foremost, for anyone here who isn't vegan, and I know there are some people here who aren't vegan because I've spoke to you today. Everyone else just leave the room, all the vegans get out and we'll focus in. For those people who aren't vegan, the first thing I just want to talk about is to single you all out. No, just to tell you why veganism is important. Veganism is important because of our core values, because of them also. But let's just talk about us for a second. We have core values already of veganism before we were vegan. Almost everyone here was not born vegan. Almost everyone here believed at one point that veganism was extreme and that would never become a vegan. Veganism is what is already in our heart. If you agree that causing unnecessary harm to animals is wrong, then by that belief, by your own belief, you are obligated to become vegan. Because anything less than being vegan is going in conflict with your core value of non-violence to animals. Anything less. Veganism is the first thing we should do to help animals. But it's not necessarily helping animals. Veganism stops hurting animals. It stops our contribution. We become vegan and we stop paying people to mutilate and kill animals for us. Obviously, that's so important. That is step one. That is perhaps the most important step, perhaps equally important as step two. Step one, if you care about animals, you stop hurting them. You don't buy free range. You don't go vegetarian. You don't buy humanely slaughtered animals. Step one, if you don't want to hurt animals, is become vegan. I'm not expecting you to do it overnight, You might, and a lot of people do. You might feel like you can't. I understand where you're coming from there, but that is your goal. And don't stop anywhere on that path of you getting there until you're there. It's incredibly easy, it's incredibly healthy. Most people here are vegan. We're just normal people. We're not highly intellectual necessarily. Someone laughed then? Someone's like, I am highly intellectual, thank you very much. We are not necessarily a particular religion. We are not necessarily tofu lovers, although I do love tofu now. Before I hated it. That is actually quite good if you haven't tried it. We are not necessarily caring about our health or the environment. We don't even necessarily have to love animals. I didn't. All you have to agree with is that it is wrong to cause unnecessary harm to animals. And if you agree with that, you believe in veganism. That's it. That's step one, my friends. Become vegan. Step two, because it does not end there. It's not just about, cool, I'm vegan now, let's go have some lunch, there's this new vegan place opened up. I mean, yeah, that's great, support the vegan businesses and everything, but there's more to this. We need to become active. We need to take action. We need to help these animals in need. Because what is happening to them, I want to remind you what is happening to them. They're getting their beaks cut off so they don't peck each other to death in their confined, crowded prisons. They're having their tails cut off so other animals don't eat them off them. They're having their teeth clipped so that they're out of stress, they don't eat into each other. They are being castrated when they're just babies with no anesthesia. Baby male chicks are being sent into a blender, blending them up alive. Baby boys in the dairy industry are being sent to the slaughterhouse to have their throats slit because they do not produce milk. Their mums are hooked up to painful milking machines and forcibly impregnated, and their babies are taken from them, and all of these animals end up at the same slaughterhouse, humanely slaughtered, which, as we know, means nothing for animals. Humane means to show compassion. There is never a compassionate way to exploit someone. There is never a compassionate way to kill someone who wants to live. There's no humane slaughter. What is happening to animals right now is worse than your worst nightmare. What's happening to animals right now, you would not wish on your worst enemy. The worst offenders on this planet, pedophiles, sex offenders, murderers, do not get treated anywhere near as badly as the way we treat the most innocent and vulnerable beings on this planet. And the worst part is that this is so prevalent in our society. Almost everyone is involved in this, knowingly or unknowingly, understanding what they're contributing to or not. This is 1.5 trillion innocent beings that this is happening to every single year. And that's a conservative estimate. That's 1.5 trillion lives who feel pain and suffer just like us, who deserve respect just like us. We need to put ourselves in the animal's position. One of the best quotes I've ever heard that has fueled my activism is, speak up for animals the way you would want to be spoken for if it was you in their situation. Think about that. Think about what's happening to them. Speak up. Be proud as a vegan. You should be proud. You are on the side of justice for animals. You're on the side of justice of a new revolution, the fastest growing social justice movement of our time. If you're not vegan, if you're fighting against vegan, you are on the side of the oppressors. You are on the side of violence. You are on the side of injustice for these innocent and vulnerable beings. Animals cannot do this without us. We need to do more than become vegan. We need to spread the vegan message. We need to inspire other people to become vegan. That is step 2. Help others do what you've done. Don't be afraid to do it. This is a gift, not only for the animals. This is the least they deserve. Veganism is the least they deserve. But this is a gift to people you're giving. How good do you feel now that you're a vegan? How much better do you feel that you're living in alignment with your core values of peace and justice and respect to others? How good does it feel to know that you can eat such amazing food and no one had to die? How good does it feel? It is good. It is something to share, not just for the animals, but for our friends, for our families. And no one else will do it. Vegetarians will not promote veganism. People who buy free range will not promote veganism. We need veganism promoted because that is the only thing that will bring an end to animal exploitation. Because I'm sure I speak for most people here, I don't want regulated animal exploitation. I don't want happy animal exploitation. I don't want people to feel good about their choices in consuming animals because it says humane tip from one of the animal organizations. I'm sure most of us here do not want that. And neither would the animals. They don't want to be exploited at all, just like we wouldn't. The only people that will promote a vegan message, the abolishing of animal exploitation, are vegans. Each and every one of us. We are the only ones that will do it. Be empowered by that. You have a purpose. You can save lives. You have something so important. You've made a connection that almost the rest of the planet has not yet made. And it's so simple. It's shockingly simple, and yet most people have still not made it. If you don't want to harm animals, you have to become vegan. That's it. That might not seem like a lot to you now that you've made that connection, but it is. It is a powerful statement when you say, I'm against all animal use. It is a powerful statement to say that you don't consume any animal product and you are a healthy, normal person. This is what we need to do. This is how we help animals. I know a lot of people are afraid to talk about veganism, or they're afraid to do something for the vegan movement. They don't want to ostracize themselves from their friends, from their family, and I understand that there are struggles like that. There are troubles. I would recommend the first thing you do, the very first thing, is to remember that our friends and our family and every other person who is not yet vegan on this planet is not our enemy. They are not our enemies. They cannot help it. Just like we couldn't help it before we were vegan. We didn't know any better. It was not our fault that we were all born into a world that has conditioned us to love some animals, love dolphins, love dogs, love whales, kill and eat pigs, cows, chickens, fish. We've been conditioned since school. We need calcium from cow's milk. We need protein from animal flesh. We've been taught these things. We've been taught a meal is not a meal unless there is some piece of an animal on there somewhere. Our friends and family are no different. They cannot help that they've been born into this world. Don't make them your enemies. Help them. Help raise their awareness. How do we do that? As you know, as being a vegan, most of you here, you're going to get asked a whole lot of questions that seem totally ridiculous. You know, what about plants? Don't plants have feelings too? I get asked that all the time, and it's incredible how serious people are when they ask this. And maybe I would have been the same before I understood. What I would recommend, firstly, to become an active vegan is to learn the answers to all of these questions. It's easy. There's so many websites dedicated to it. There's a book called Eat Like You Care that is dedicated to answering the but what about protein, but what about free range, but what about humane, but what about plants? When you learn the answers to these, this is just basic sales. Cut that part out of the video. This is what it is, though. We're trying to sell something to people. We want people to get this. We want people to take it on in their life. There is a list of objections. I had plenty myself. Can I keep big muscles? Obviously, I haven't been doing much training, but you can. World record holding strongman's a vegan, so he proves that. I don't need to. But there's a whole bunch of objections that we all have. When you have objections to something, it makes it easy to say no. You know, like you might speak to a vegan and then you can walk away and think, yeah, but you know, you can't be healthy.
I feel so good buying humane meat knowing none of the animals suffered.
That's not actually. Actually true.
You mean something bad happened to some of them?
Well, they're all pretty much dead.
Oh, I know that. I mean, before, when they were alive. See, the sign, it says humane. That means they were all well taken care of.
Well, they're all pretty much dead.
Oh, I know that. I mean, before, when they were alive. See, the sign, it says humane. That means they were all well taken care of and lived happy, comfortable lives.
Oh, yeah. Life on a farm is a regular day at the Ritz.
No, I'm serious. I buy these products because of the labels.
Regular day at the Ritz.
No, I'm serious.
Oh, yeah. Life on a farm is a regular day at the Ritz.
No, I'm serious. I buy these products because of the labels. See here, certified humane. And it says right here that the chicken was compassionately handled.
Oh, yeah. They compassionately crammed her into a crate with dozens of other birds and drove to the slaughterhouse, then hung her upside down, slit her throat, and dunked her compassionately in scalding hot water while she was still alive. Does it say all that on the label?
No.
Of course it doesn't.
What about this humane pork chop? Was it happy?
Happy to have his testicles ripped out with no anesthesia? Who wouldn't be happy?
I'm safe with humane milk though, right? I mean, they're dairy cows. They have to be milked. They never kill them, do they?
Of course they do, but not before stealing their babies from them when they're about a day old. They do this so that the milk that's meant for their babies can end up right here at your local grocery store. The male babies are usually killed to make veal, and the females become the next generation of dairy cows. The male babies are usually killed to make veal, and the females become the next generation of dairy cows who are slaughtered after just a few short years because their bodies are just too gosh darn worn out from being forcibly impregnated over and over and over again.
How can they call that humane? They should have to think of a different word.
You mean like inhumane?
Exactly. What about eggs? Those chickens are treated well, aren't they? They just sit around and lay eggs all day.
Well, not the males. They can't lay eggs, can they? So you know what happens to all those cute little baby boy chicks?
What?
Right after they're hatched and they open their eyes and they see a brand new world, they're dumped by the bucketful in the machines that grind them up alive.
No.
Yes. Could you take a baby chick and drop them into a giant blender? The egg people can. They seem fine with it.
But the females, they're cage-free. That means they just get to walk around while they're laying eggs all day, right?
Even better. They get to live in crowded, ammonia-filled warehouses where they're forced to lay eggs for 2 or 3 years until their bodies wear out. And guess what happens next?
They retire?
Adorable. But no. Just like all other chickens and turkeys, it's off to the slaughterhouse in a crowded crate followed by a painful, scary death.
But isn't that illegal? Aren't there laws against that?
Not a one. Thank goodness.
Well, there should be. What about all these marked organic? At least these animals ate well, didn't they?
Better food, same slaughterhouses.
Free range.
Free range, but genetically altered food, same slaughterhouses. Thank goodness.
Well, there should be. What about all these marked organic? At least these animals ate well, didn't they?
Better food, same slaughterhouses.
Free range.
Free range, but genetically altered to grow 4 times their normal size, so they're free, but they can't walk. So being free isn't really much of a perk.
Grass-fed.
Grass? Oh yeah. Also pesticides that end up on your dinner plate.
All natural.
No one knows what that even means.
For that matter, what do any of these stupid labels mean?
Well, they make people feel a whole lot better. But as far as the well-being of the animals go, not much. Most suffer the same day-to-day abuses, and they all end up in the same slaughterhouses.
I give up. What are you supposed to do if you don't want to hurt animals?
Well, some people go vegan. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Well, I will now. Thanks a lot. Just one more thing. Humane meat? Who are they kidding?
In my and Peter's
as a vegan. Eat pigs, cows, chickens, fish. We've been conditioned since school. We need calcium from cow's milk. We need protein from animal flesh. We've been taught these things. We've been taught a meal is not a meal unless there is some piece of an animal on there somewhere. Our friends and family are no different. They cannot help that they've been born into this world. Don't make them your enemies. Help them. Help raise their awareness. How do we do that? As you know, as being a vegan, most of you here, you're going to get asked a whole lot of questions that seem totally ridiculous. You know, what about plants? Don't plants have feelings too? I get asked that all the time, and it's incredible how serious people are when they ask this. And maybe I would have been the same before I understood. What I would recommend, firstly, to become an active vegan is to learn the answers to all of these questions. It's easy. There's so many websites dedicated to it. There's a book called Eat Like You Care that is dedicated to answering the but what about protein, but what about free range, but what about humane, but what about plants? When you learn the answers to this is just basic sales. Cut that part out of the video. This is what it is, though. We're trying to sell something to people. We want people to get this. We want people to take it on in their life. There is a list of objections. I had plenty myself. Can I keep big muscles? Obviously, I haven't been doing much training, but you can. World record holding strongman's a vegan, so he proves that. I don't need to. But there's a whole bunch of objections that we all have. When you have objections to something, it makes it easy to say no. You know, like you might speak to a vegan and then you can walk away and think, yeah, but you know, you can't be healthy as a vegan. There are plenty of these, as we know, all the questions we get asked. When you run out of objections, when you have no objections left, that is when something starts to really make sense. That is when you actually really want it. When you've got no objections to veganism, veganism is all that makes sense. And that is when people will become vegan. When they don't have any objections left, or at least not enough, it doesn't outweigh anymore the facts. It doesn't outweigh the necessity, the moral obligation to become vegan. As vegans, please learn the answers to all these questions. Because I remember when I didn't know the answers to them, how frustrating it is when you know in your heart that this is right, and then someone asks you a question and you say, look, I don't know, but I know I'm right. That's not heaps convincing. But it's true. You are right. You're on the side of justice. Don't forget, and never forget that. But it helps very much when you're trying to inspire people to become vegan, to be able to answer all their objections. When you answer their objections, don't just say, they only want to hear a little bit. They're probably just asking sometimes to be polite. Oh, okay, but well, what about, where do you get protein? Just trying to keep the conversation going, something. Answer lots of questions. So they say, what about plants? You know, don't plants have feelings? And you can sit them down and go, listen, my friend. No, you can say, look, what I would say is, good question. I answer questions like that the first time I've been asked. Good question, I had that question too. Plants don't have feelings, they don't have a central nervous system, no brain, no pain. They don't feel anything as best as we know, and we're quite convinced that that's the case. Then, but even if plants did have feelings and you're a plants' right activist or something, we feed far more plants to animals to fatten them up, 6 to 12 times more. So there are far more plant casualties from feeding plants to animals. So you've answered two things there. We're wasting so much food. Then you can talk about, and all this grain, all this food that we're giving these animals, often we're importing this food from countries with the highest problems with starvation and malnutrition. In fact, all this food we are wasting, giving to animals to fatten them up, and only getting so little food in return. All that food, we could use so much more effectively, so much more efficiently. We could stop wasting it, and we could start putting it to these places who really need it, or leaving it there. You've answered 3 questions there. They're like, oh God, I wasn't expecting all that. When someone says, where do you get protein? You can go, good question. That's what everyone wants to know. Where do I get protein? Protein is found abundantly in plant foods. Fruits, vegetables, grains, nuts, seeds, and legumes. It's in there. I know. I didn't believe it either. It is. And it's good quality protein. Then you can explain. In fact, every single nutrient that you need can be found in those foods. And there are more deficiencies on average in a standard diet than in a vegan diet. So then you've answered that. Are there any other deficiencies? Boom. We don't need to talk about iron. We don't need to talk about vitamin D. And then you can say, in fact, the world record holding strongman is a vegan. Mr. Universe is a vegan. The world record holding ultramarathoner is a vegan. And they're like, okay, I get it. You can be super healthy and ripped and muscly as a vegan. Yeah, that's right. When someone asks, what about free range? You can say, because this is a good question. People generally believe free range is good enough. You can say, there is no use of animals that is okay. All animal use is exploitation, and it is all wrong. No matter how good these animals might have it, even though free range usually means next to nothing for animals, no matter how good they might have it, they all end up at the same slaughterhouse. You can explain that to them, and then you can explain more about what happens to dairy, what happens on the egg farms, what happens in these humane places that is so far from humane that it's impossible not to see it when you hear it, when you understand it. You can answer many questions in one, and that's what I'd recommend do. Cut through those objections as fast as possible. A good question to ask people is, so what now is stopping you from becoming vegan? What's stopping you from becoming, how can I help you become vegan? It's a great question. It puts it back on them now. Oh, good question. I don't know. And maybe just I don't have any recipes. Okay, here's some recipes. Oh, I don't think the food's good. Here's some delicious food. I think it's expensive. Potatoes are cheap, my friend. We can do it. It's easy. This is important. This is what we need to do. We need to help people become vegan. Our job as activists. Something I've noticed amongst all you beautiful people and in the vegan community in general, and this surprises me not at all, and I was there not long ago too, and I still go there sometimes, even though I believe now it's not effective. Less effective. What I've noticed, and what you've probably noticed too, is the harsh way that these conversations can go sometimes. The aggressive way, the insulting, the name-calling, the fight that happens between a vegan and a person who's not yet vegan. It doesn't need to be like this. And in fact, I think we are doing animals a disservice by communicating with people in this way. I'd like to give you an example. When I was in Melbourne doing a talk, usually I talk about my own journey and try to inspire people to become vegan. And halfway through, 2 people walked into my speech, walked into the talk, and they sat down. They were glaring at me and had their arms folded, and they were looking at me like this. And I was thinking, whoa, I think I'm about to throw down. It was a husband and it was his wife. They glared at me the whole time. They didn't laugh at the parts I think are funny. And they did not clap at the end. I was like, okay, something's weird. They're in the wrong room. I don't know why they're here. Question and answer, the guy puts his arm up. James, that's all well and good, but what about the farmers? Good question. That is a good question. Where do you get protein? Not complicated. What about the farmers? That's a more complicated question. But there is an answer to every single one of these objections. I learned he's a dairy farmer. I say, my friend, yes, we need to look after the farmers. Of course we do. It's not their fault that they've been born into this as well. We need to look after you guys too. But not at the expense of someone else, ever. And also, animal agriculture is completely unsustainable. You're going to have to change sooner or later anyway. Make it sooner. That way we'll do less damage and we'll have far less animals killed. Also, you can transfer your farms into many different things that will still get you profit and revenue. There are options here. That was the short answer of his question. And we started going at it, back and forth, back and forth. This went on for about 20 minutes, right? And I was starting to get a little bit agitated because it was full on. I had a whole crowd of people. He's asking me some fairly challenging questions, good ones. And at the end of the day, we should never put profit over valuing someone's life. And that was my bottom line there. But other people started to chime in and they started to say their piece. And I try to be respectful. I try to be kind and understanding that this person is not the enemy. The system is the enemy. The paradigm that animals are here for us to use is the enemy. But not everyone, so the people in the crowd started getting a little bit hostile towards him because he was being slightly condescending, slightly insulting, you know, like he was coming from not a very nice place. And I felt the energy in the room change and I started feeling agitated. This is normal. When someone writes to you, yum, yum, yummy, yummy, bacon, 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 which is common, and when they say, oh, that's such a cute lamb, it would look so good on my barbecue. Or when they say, vegan, stop shoving your opinions down our throats. And if anyone's shoving an opinion down their throat, it's literally the people who aren't vegan shoving an opinion quite literally down their own throat. So it's frustrating and you get anxious and you get agitated and you get angry. This is what was happening to me. Now we have three options. This is how I see it. We have three options when it comes to communicating with others. Option A, you start up here, they start down there. You're trying to be kind, you're trying to be respectful, you're trying to be understanding. And this person brings you down. They're not being like that, they're being insulting. You get into a slinging match of insults, of name calling, and you go down. And you both go like this. That is the least effective type of communication. Their defenses are up. In fact, you might even push them further into their already beliefs that veganism is wrong. You can push them further into that. Second option. They're insulting, they're condescending, they're getting you angry, they're trying to push your buttons, and you stay here. And you can remain calm, peaceful, and respectful. This is a better form of communication because you are keeping your cool, you are sticking to the facts, and they kind of look a bit silly. Better. The third, the effective form of communication, and this will happen to you. I'm telling you that because it's happened to me. We can bring people up. They can bring you down, we can bring them up. If you stay respectful of this person as an individual, if you respect that they have an opinion that is different to yours, you don't need to respect the opinion, but you can respect that they have it. And you can treat this human who is a victim of this conditioning, just like we were, with understanding. When they're throwing this insults at you, they're not gonna know, okay, this isn't really fun, this person isn't biting, they're not playing my game, and they look way more chill. I'm gonna come up there. Then you can have effective communication. You can plant seeds. This is where the seeds that are planted sprout into something special. With this man, I felt, and that sounds easy. I know I'm saying it's easy. Let me explain how to do that. This man and the vibe of the room started changing. I got agitated and I felt it, and I felt like we were all kind of dropping down there to have a fight. And something I've learned through hundreds of hours of meditation is that when we have an uncomfortable sensation, we want to run from it. We don't want to feel it. We want to escape, or we want to resist it. I don't want to feel like this. I feel so angry. I hate this feeling. We fight it. A better technique to come out of that suffering and to not add layers. You're already feeling it. Don't add another layer by saying, and I don't want to feel like this. Another layer of resistance. When you feel like that, when someone's pushing your buttons, getting you mad about whatever, bacon and all that, you can say, you go into yourself. Don't run from it. Feel it. What does that sensation feel like? What does that anger feel like? Observe it. Don't run. And when you observe it, you teach yourself that you can handle it. You teach yourself you don't need to run. You don't need to go down to that level. You're not going to help the animals down there. Not very much. Maybe, but rarely. You stay cool. And this is what happened in this situation with this. They were dairy farmers. And I went into this place. I'm like, okay, hang on. And I just felt what was going on. I just accepted it, that there's agitation, it's okay. And I went to this Buddha place, man. Buddha as. Like, listen, my friend. I understand where you're coming from. I used to feel just the same. I understand you're resistant to this conversation because it's questioning values that you've had for a long time. I fully understand that. But understand where we're coming from. That this is wrong, what is happening to them. Profit is not a good justification for enslaving, torturing, and killing innocent beings, etc., etc. I said, sorry, I've got to stop with you. We've been going for 20 minutes. There's other questions here. Answered a few more questions. The next question was, how do you stay so calm? Good question. That's what I'm trying to teach you right now. And this is a question I get asked a lot on online communication as well. So after that, I was chilling, talking to some people. He comes over with his wife. His wife was glaring at me at least as much as he was. He comes over, shook my hand. He goes, James, what about this? James, what about that? A few more questions. Fair enough. A long list of objections. I answered his questions. He said, well, you've just got an answer for everything, don't you, buddy? I said, well, there is an answer for everything, man. And he said, well, maybe I'll call you later if I've got more questions. And I said, well, I'll be hanging by the phone, man. Shook my hand. He said, he smiled. I mean, during our conversation, with anyone else was getting a bit involved, he was getting angry. He almost stormed out of there a few times. He smiled, he shook my hand, we had a joke. His wife said to me, thank you for opening our eyes to this way of thinking. And I was like, no worries. It is a powerful way to communicate when you remember that they are not the enemy. I have some quotes that help me so much when it comes to communication. And it's, hate the sin, but love the sinner. If someone is doing something that you don't agree with, you know, if someone you love is purchasing animal products, you can say, I love you, I respect you, I will never respect your decision to pay people to harm animals for you, but I love you. You don't need to hate the whole person, it's just that action. Don't blame and shame people. Inform and explain. That was a quote that just slipped out of my mouth one day, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna write that down, that rhymed. That was good. Don't blame and shame, inform and explain. The facts are powerful enough. The truth is powerful enough. You do not have to lie. You do not have to yell. You don't have to make someone feel terrible. The facts will do that themselves. Don't blame and shame, inform and explain. Thirdly, hate another sinner, shame. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Forgive them, it's not their fault. Please try to remember that when we're dealing with these people. These two dairy farmers walked out of that talk that day with a smile on their face, with a good taste in their mouth about vegans, thinking, whoa, there's actually something to this whole vegan thing. They could have walked out of there, and they nearly did, thinking, oh, vegans, oh my God, I can't wait to tell all my friends what idiots, they make no sense, I hate them, they're so angry. There is an angry vegan vibe, yes. And some activists are effective in this aggressive approach. And I'm not saying, look, if that resonates with you, cool, do it. Do I think that's the way that we're going to reach the most amount of people? I don't. Through my own experience, that's not the case. We reach people when we talk to them with understanding. That has been my experience. And I believe for most people here who are peaceful, kind, respectful people, talk to them in the way that you wish someone spoke to you before you were vegan. And if a kind way resonates with you, okay, do what feels right for you. But I do believe that the best way is to come from a peaceful place. This is something that we all have a responsibility for. As Einstein said, those who have the privilege to know have the duty to act. Every single person here who has made the connection has a duty to act on behalf of animals. And take that seriously, because this is not some mundane diet choice. This is the difference between enslavement and freedom, between torture and peace, between death and life. This is serious, and you understand it, and you are part of this revolution. One person does make a difference, and together we are changing the world. Thank you.
Well, great to have you here. As we were chatting a little bit before the podcast, this one, I think this is like 2 years in the making. We went back and forth, and then something, I don't know, I'm sure it's my fault, scheduling, whatever. But you're here. I saw you were in like Adelaide the other day, and when I emailed you to follow up, I was like, wait, are we still on? What's happening? And you're like, yeah, we'll be here.
We're
so
still
you must
on,
be
man.
pretty jet lagged.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling all right. We always do this trick on the planes where we get on dead last so that you know where everyone's sitting, and then you can just choose all the seats that are free, and we both got 3 seats to ourselves on the way, so we've got plenty of sleep.
That's a good little trick.
Oh,
because
it's the best one.
Empty. Well, great to have you here. As we were chatting a little bit before the podcast, this one, I think this is like 2 years in the making. We went back and forth, and then something, I don't know, I'm sure it's my fault, scheduling, whatever. But you're here. I saw you were in like Adelaide the other day, and when I emailed you to follow up, I was like, wait, are we still on? What's happening? And you're like, yeah, we'll be here.
We're
so
still
you must
on,
be
man.
pretty jet lagged.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling all right. We always do this trick on the planes where we get on dead last so that you know where everyone's sitting, and then you can just choose all the seats that are free, and we both got 3 seats to ourselves on the way, so we've got plenty of sleep.
That's a good little trick.
Oh, it's the best one.
Empty.
It works every time, man. Every time
but
there's
no
3
overhead
seats, you're
bin
chilling.
storage, probably.
No. But you've got 3 spots where your feet would usually go, so you make it work.
Well, you've been on this extended global tour for a while now. Like, do you even have a home? Like, you just seem to be completely nomadic.
That's exactly how it is. Yeah, it's my 5th year now.
Wow.
My 5th, almost 5 full years, and I've been all over the place. I haven't been anywhere long, even probably longer than a month. So it's been full on, man, living out of a bag and, couch hopping and seeing the world, and also, just rounding up activists and seeing what's happening in different areas. And it's been a really, really awesome trip.
That's wild, man. So you don't pay rent anywhere?
Nah, I don't, man. Occasionally, but for the most part, no. We're just out of the bag and going from A to B to C to D to E to F to G.
A human citizen of the planet.
Yeah, that's what I always say. Citizen of the earth.
Yeah. So what brought you to LA?
LA, well, I wanted to do this podcast with you, and there's a couple of vigils we're doing, which is when we bear witness at the slaughterhouses.
Right.
I've got another podcast to do with Laura Cleary, and